playing. I can't hear anything. There's no sound. I know, I'm stupid. That's why there's no sound. Now there's sound. I know that for a fact, and it ruined, it stole my fucking glory. It stole my thunder here. What's up, everybody? Here for a rare Saturday night stream. I was informed that about this McKenty thing last night, and I was thinking to myself, like, man, I would legitimately would rather talk about that than the Angry Video Game Nerd roast, but I already said that I would talk about the Angry Video Game Nerd thing, so I was like, all right, I got to talk about that. And then it occurred to me tonight, I was like, because some plans fell through, I was like, all right, well, shit, I'll cover this on Saturday while the news is still fresh and out there. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry, sending a text. So, yeah, anyway. Yes, McKenty, the Punk Rock MBA, has decided to quit YouTube. I don't know a lot of details about this. We have the podcast queued up where he kind of discusses everything, and we're fitting to watch it. Thought I'd do a little bit of research into this guy. This is a guy who popped in and out of my algorithms for the longest time, and he had, just super
why did McKenty
just hold on, super like not clickbait, but like really like eye-catching titles. He was very good at making thumbnails, and his stuff caught my attention a lot, so I eventually clicked on his videos, and he came across to me as like, I don't know, it's like he never had any, it's like the typical thing whenever you get to a certain level and you don't want to piss off anybody in the industry, so like you just kind of fence ride on a lot of things. And so like if I go back to like his oldest stuff, because like, I mean, straight from the get-go, man, he only did his channel for 6 years. Mine will be 10 years this January, and I feel like I'm just getting started in my YouTube career. Yeah, so like he had these kind of like type thumbnails. This is when I first started kind of seeing them. It looks very much like candy flavored lollipops or some shit, like all these. It's very eye catching, kind of got a Kids Bop vibe to it. But yeah, he'd talk a lot about like metal and new rock and emo, and he seemed like that consummate like emo kid that like never like kind of grew up. I know I'm fucking one to talk because I look the way I do, but I don't know, he just had a certain air of douchebaggery to him. Of course, he's going to talk about Ronnie Radke because that's always like a headline. I don't know why Ronnie Radke grabs so much attention anytime he gets brought up. Like, so many people like love to talk about that dude, and I don't understand I understand the appeal of anything that he's ever done. What was this for? I don't even remember his first band, but I know Falling in Reverse. They're like a fucking new rock band. Like, I don't see the big deal about them or whatever. But anyway, yeah, so this is what kind of like what his thumbnails looked like. The future of rock, like emo rappers, or the future of rock, the most hated bands, volume 4. Fall Out Boy is one of the most hated bands. I don't think so. Oh yeah, he's like, I don't know if he's straight edge, but he's definitely like sober, which, I mean, good for him, whatever. I'm not. He doesn't drink or do drugs or whatever, and he kind of like, he's a little bit of a sanctimonious guy, but yeah, I never really cared for him. To me it just seemed like, okay, he's got his little brand that he's doing, and he's trying to sell me something. I never really got a good feel for who he might really be as a person. I don't think he's really that interesting of a person, quite frankly. Ronnie Radke just has that riz, man. I mean, he's an attractive guy, but maybe that's what it is. Maybe he's just so damn attractive, everyone just wants to talk about him. But yeah, Finn just kind of has this loud, really annoying monotone voice where he doesn't really change his inflection whatsoever. And he kind of talks like this, just really loud and is just annoying and opinions without somehow having an opinion. If that's a thing, he managed to do that, to have an opinion without really stating his opinion. And just a guy who just got on my nerves. I think you get the fucking point here. So, God, I love how I just progressively keep slumping down in my chair more and more. Anyway, let's get to this podcast. I want to see what this dude has to say. I'm a little mind blown that. So one of the headlines, just to let you know, is I was just doing it for the money. I never really cared all that much about music. I was just doing it for the money, or something like that. Fuck. I would not be able to do this channel if I was just doing it for the money. I truly care about the videos that I do. The Phil Collins fucking up the Led Zeppelin reunion at Live Aid. Like I was like listening to Phil Collins' biography the other day, and he started talking about that. There was a lot of other stuff that happened at Live Aid regarding Phil Collins, but none of it was as interesting as the Zeppelin thing. But immediately in my head, I'm just like, dude, I want to tell people about this. Like, I'm excited about this. Those bad album videos that I've made, the failed albums, hell, even the Corey Feldman at Loserville, the Loserville thing or whatever. Like, I'm watching it and I'm going, this is really bad. Other people need to know my take on it. There's a bit of narcissism in being a YouTuber, and to say that to just do it for the money, I can't imagine how soul-sucking that would be, to like put all that time and energy into editing videos just because you're trying to get the bag, man. Like that just kind of blows my mind to a certain degree. So I'm really curious to hear what this guy's gonna have to say on this podcast. So without further ado, let me put on the headphones and get this party started. Now, the guy that he's talking to is another motherfucker who he has like Instagram down, like how to market himself on Instagram. He's one of these band news guys, and there's several of these guys out there that exist, like Rockfeed, dude, I'm so glad I'm not a news-based music channel. I'm just like shit that I find interesting channel, but mainly focused on music. But the music news, God, I feel like a fucking autist right now. Chicago, grandson, help! Your old pep doesn't know how to snake a fucking headphone cable behind me. God, it's like Dark Side Phil level stupidity. Holy hell. Anyway, yeah. All right. Jesus fucking Christ. What? Okay. Now I got to figure it out. Yeah. Dude, his voice was one of the things that really got on my nerves the most. Jesus. That took like way like longer than it should have. That was embarrassing. Anyway. Shit. Oh no, I think this is official Justin Silverman merch. I think it's from his store, and it was worth every penny. So don't shame me, bro. All right, here go. Okay, so this guy who's interviewing.
Why did Finn McKenty stop?
Right here. This is how he formats all of his Instagram shit. He's got, because you're working in the vertical space, so he's got the news item above his head, and you gotta close caption everything. If you're competing in the social media world, like on Instagram and TikTok, everything's vertical. So all the closed, and everything has to be closed caption because people's volumes might be down, et cetera, et cetera. It's a pain in the ass. I don't like dealing with it. I much prefer making content on YouTube. It's like I don't have to subtitle every fucking last thing. But anyway, this guy's got it down, and he's the one who ended up doing the podcast with Finn McKenty. And so we're going to get to it now. Man, I am stumbling and stammering tonight. Not on my A game. There we go.
Uploading YouTube videos.
I don't have any plans to do anything on YouTube.
Finn is one of the OGs in music content creation, and he's gained millions of views on his Punk Rock MBA channel.
One of the OGs. He's only been around for 6 years. What are you talking about?
and his second solo channel. So why did he suddenly stop?
I don't really have any interest in music. I was just doing it for the money, and I hit my financial goals. Our time on this earth is limited. Like, don't spend it doing shit you don't have to do if you don't want to, you know? So I don't have to keep making videos about System of a Down.
Also on the show, we talk about whether bands are really to blame for high ticket prices, the powerful effects of nostalgia, how he now helps others grow on LinkedIn and YouTube, and he also shared his 2 biggest tips to making your videos go viral.
The amount of views that any video...
Stop teasing it and just get to the fucking interview. God damn it, I hate it when they do this. They do this for like the Gen Z ADD ass, no attention span having generation where it's like, gotta tease everything and be real quick and snappy with it so we make sure we keep your attention. It's like, bro, I got an attention span. Like, it's cool. You can just play the fucking interview. Like,
I was gonna get is going to be a product of 2 things. Number 1, topic is the most important thing. Of course, title and thumbnail and stuff like that's important too, but topic is the number 1 thing. And then how is sort of the second part of that.
Well, dude, appreciate you taking some time out of your busy day, chat with me here on the Jesse Lee Show.
Of course.
I can't believe this is the first time we've ever actually been like virtually face to face after all these years. Like, we've had a lot of text message threads and DMs and stuff, but the first actual full on conversation.
gay DMs? Gay? I don't know. Maybe.
It's like our weird, you know, first date after being an online couple for months, you know, and finally I fly you out,
right?
You know, and like, so what do you want to do? Want to play
It turns out I'm
Smash
real.
Brothers? Yeah.
Yeah. Like you don't look exactly like your pictures, but
right.
you know, we can
close enough. Yeah,
we can work with it. Dude, you were actually one of the very first kind of music YouTubers I started watching, and like you actually like kind of scared me away from even trying content creation initially because like
that?
You like just seemed like such a wealth of knowledge. Like you knew so much about the topics you were talking about that I was like, dude, I can't make content. Like I don't know like the encyclopedia history of all these bands, but like,
well,
you
neither
just
do I. It's just like literally look it up on Wikipedia. I don't know. Like I've never listened to System of a Down in my life.
Well, yeah.
Wow. Okay. He makes so many videos about like new rock and shit, and now he's gonna sit here and say he's never listened to System of a Down a day in his life. Oh yeah, that's one thing. There's many like kind of things to mention with this guy, but one of the elephants in the room is that apparently his wife has her own YouTube channel, and she was like describing like when or how they met or whatever, and people were doing the math on like the ages that they would have been, and Finn apparently would have been like 30 and his wife would have been like under the age of 18. So he basically, anytime he ever like goes live or in his comment section, people are always, you know, basically accusing him of being a groomer at best, a PDF file at worst. Jeez, having to talk about this again. I feel like this is last night's stream. Yeah, why would he even admit to this? Oh wow, he was 35 and she was 17. My God, that is such a wide age gap that the only explanation that I could think of is that you are literally just attracted to like really young girls, because I don't know, like I could understand if it was like 18 to like maybe mid to late 20s, but you're pushing it there even, and maybe there's some common ground, but like 17 and 35, like bro, at 35 you've lived a whole ass, you know, you've lived at least the first third of your life and you're well into adulthood. At 17 you were literally a fucking teenager who has not had hardly any. I lost my virginity when I was 17, and she's getting like married. I mean, I know people get married young, but usually the age gap is like not that vast. Yeah, so on the Reddit here, someone posted something interesting. Someone goes, this guy turned into a gatekeeper who only ever did videos about emo and nu metal. You could easily tell he was just mailing it in those last couple of years. And then someone responded saying he was honest about it quite a few times in his videos. He would bring up metrics and how making a new metal video would get 3 times the clicks as other videos, and it was a purely economical choice. This is how most YouTubers run their channels. They just don't say it out loud. They pretend to be invested in bringing you honest takes. Now, again, I would hate to have a channel like that. Like, that would suck to me. And I do see a lot of people do it. The Jim and Them podcast, they literally only talk about Corey Feldman. And yeah, it gets them views. It gets them subscribers. It gets them, probably makes them some nice ad revenue. But what happens when you get fucking tired of talking about Corey Feldman? What happens when you get sick of making Corey fucking Feldman videos and you get typecast as like, you guys are literally riding on his coattails? Like, there's no other word for it at that point. The Kino Casino, those fucking 2 dorks just talk about Rich from Review Tech USA. Anytime Rich farts, they're talking about it. The one autistic guy is just laughing incessantly, and then the other guy who looks like he is in no position to make fun of anybody who's overweight is just like being all snarky, and well, he's like a human version of a Redditor. Like, that's all they're talking about. And then you got like apparently Finn McKenty's grift was talking about like emo and new metal, and he doesn't even care about new metal apparently, or System of a Down at least. And you know, people, the Kino Casino Beluga, yeah, dude, it's so fucking ironic that channel like spends all their time talking about Rich and saying how fat he is, and I'm like, bro, you are fat as fuck, and you look like a fucking incel. Like, you have no room, figuratively and literally, to be dunking on Rich. Like, you dunking on one person, and that's your whole channel, is just as cringe as whatever Rich from Review Tech USA is doing. And then you got, you know, people were trying to say that about me at one point, that, oh, Rex Viper, you're a grifter, you only talk about Rex Viper. So you know what? I didn't fucking talk about Rex Viper anymore. And my channel grew just fine, because I went back to talking about shit I want to talk about. And I want to talk about Rex Viper whenever there is news that's relevant, because they're just fascinating to me, how you could essentially like pay money to be in a rock band. And well, I don't even know if they paid any money. But, you know, you could just be an E-celeb and wake up one day and be like, I want to be in a rock band. And just like that, boom, you're playing in front of a couple hundred people. I just thought that was kind of bullshit, so I wanted to call it out, and they weren't good. But yeah, I mean, obviously somebody like Finn is, no, I mean, yeah, Rich from Review Tech, he is cringe, but I mean, there's only so much to say about the guy. Like, for fuck's sakes, it's like literally anytime Rich farts, like Kino Casino has a new video out. Rich just farted! Like, it's like, guys, like, find something else to talk about, seriously. But yeah, so, you know, Punk Rock MBA, Finn McKenty, whatever, he's kind of like the polar opposite of like a Anthony Fantano. Like, I do think to a certain degree Anthony Fantano knows where his bread is buttered, and I think he feels like he kind of has to do needle drop. But I don't know. I really think Anthony Fantano really likes music. I think he's a hipster, elitist, douchebag, but I do think he genuinely likes music. And so that's why he's been going on for so long. I mean, talking about Finn being one of the first YouTubers, like, dude, Anthony Fantano's been doing this shit almost as long as James Rolfe has been doing the Angry Video Game Nerd. So I don't know what this interviewer is talking about, because Finn's channel is fairly new compared to a lot of other music channels. But I mean, it did get big. I mean, it almost hit 1 million subscribers. Well, not almost, but I mean, 600,000 plus subs, pretty decent. I am not a music elitist, or maybe I am. I don't know. Am I? Maybe I am. I might be a music elitist. That's not necessarily since I'm a music elitist now, which might be true. It's not necessarily a bad thing to be a music elitist, because I'm one, and that can't be bad because I'm not bad. And that's my logic on that. But Anthony Fantano just gets on my nerves sometimes. Yeah, so let's get through this, shall we?
That's what you said. I heard you say that one time in an interview. You're like, yeah, I just basically
Oh, I liked ARTV. That's one of the guys I did like. Is he untoured as well? I don't know. I mean, I don't know, dude. It's hard. It's got to be hard to just do like the top 5 Green Day things and the that one time that fucking, I don't know, like coming up with fresh ideas for a music channel is hard. That's why I'm glad I can stray from music every now and then and talk about something different. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely difficult, but very doable at the same time if you just keep using your noodle. But no, I like the ARTV bet from what little I've seen of him.
Read your Wikipedia page and they all show up some pictures and some, context, and which is crazy because like you would think like you'd have to have like a vast like knowledge of these bands, like a deep appreciation to, but you said you kind of just looked at more like almost like a product basically, right?
Yeah, there's some where I know a lot, like if I'm friends with someone in the band or something like that, or there's somewhere whatever, I saw them when they first started out 25 years ago or something like that. There's some of those where I definitely know a lot just from sort of personal experience, but the majority I would say I don't.
Yeah. So what made you start making videos in the first place?
The reason I started YouTube was back in 2017. I think it was September of 2017. And I kind of found myself in a place in my career where I had done a lot of stuff that I was proud of, that I thought was pretty cool. For anybody who doesn't know, I guess most people know me from YouTube, but my actual sort of career has always been in product design and marketing. So I started doing that kind of, I guess the first like real kind of
product design marketing. That's why he came out of the gate with those candy-coated thumbnails that just grabbed your attention. Yeah, he was. I'd say his thumbnails were probably one of the bigger things that got him subscribers. Now, of course, you can't just have a good thumbnail and shit content. So I guess on some level, his content was something people wanted to watch once they clicked the video. But the thumbnails were definitely eye-catching and not super clickbaity. He's not nearly as bad as Justin Hawkins, who is like one of the worst offenders in the music space, in my opinion.
Design job I got was in 2002, I think. Yeah, 2002. A guy named Chase Jarvis, who some people know, he's become sort of a really well-known photographer and started a company called Creative Live. Back then, he was just sort of a local photographer, and he had an ad agency. At the time, I sort of ran into him at the print shop I worked at. Got a job there, did some stuff for like Nike, Nintendo, Red Bull. It was not, the work I did for them was not great. So I apologize to our clients, but I kind of got my foot in the door there. Then I worked at another agency where I did a lot of stuff for Procter & Gamble, like Tide, Febreze, Swiffer, Bounce, like a lot of big sort of fabric care brands, stuff like that.
You were in charge of putting the art.
Man, what a punk rock job this guy has. Am I right?
Snake in the powder, right?
That's Johnson & Johnson. Never did anything for J&J. Actually, that's not true. We did some work for a brand called Ethicon that did medical devices that's owned by J&J, but none of the J&J CPG stuff. And then after that, I did design and marketing for Abercrombie & Fitch for a couple years.
Holy shit. This guy was like a complete like company man. Like I don't know. I got the impression whenever I watched his videos, and I mean, I know that this is on me for like just making assumptions, but like I was under the impression that this was like some old like punk rocker who like, he was supposedly straight edge, and I figured he'd have like this kind of like punk rock code of ethics and shit, but no, this guy was doing like brand marketing and design work for Abercrombie and Fitch. Like, wow, what a fucking tool.
After that, I worked for Chase's startup, Creative Live, which was online education for creative people. We raised, I think, $60 million or so from some real like top tier investors like Greylock.
Jesus Christ. Says this guy Finn McKenty was the biggest poser. He never had an opinion or disliked anything. He was in it for the money since the beginning. Yeah, that's kind of the impression that I got. Social capital, people that you might have heard of like Chamath Palihapitiya and Reid Hoffman and stuff like that. And so I'd done a lot of this stuff that I was pretty proud of. And I think anybody would tell you that I was good at my job, but nobody knew who I was and nobody cared, because it's just one of these things. If you're like, oh, you worked on a bunch of big brands, cool. Like,
But if you don't have a social
that's
media
nice.
following, you're not anybody, basically.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be a social media following. It's just sort of like I just found myself like people just didn't care about me. You know, like I couldn't, when I applied for jobs, I kind of never really got anywhere with it. My professional network was not good. It just sort of, when my name came up, it just didn't really mean anything. And it's just sort of an unfortunate, or I guess fortunate or unfortunate, it's up to you, but it's just a truth of the world that opportunity tends to go to people who are visible, not necessarily people who are like best at their job, right? You know, it's like if you're the first person that somebody thinks of for what you do, you're probably going to get more opportunities than someone who might be just as good at it or better than you, but nobody thinks of them. So I said, I need to change this. And so that's sort of what led me to do YouTube, because I had done blogs. I did print zines back in the day. Then I had some blogs that were fairly successful. And I sort of saw that by then, you know, the attention was on YouTube. And I was like, well, I guess I got to figure this out. So that's why I started it.
Nice. Yeah.
So he started to just build his brand, himself up as a brand. So like people would like know who he was for employment purposes. Is that what I'm gaining from this? I started my YouTube channel because I thought it looked fun, and it has been fun for the most part. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of hard work that goes into it, but like the payoff is like a really, like, it's like a drug in and of itself, to me at least. I that is a very weird reason to get into doing YouTube, because you want to be like recognized or something. That's kind of weird.
They need kind of like a social footprint almost, because it does seem like, especially in like that creative field, like a resume is probably a different situation than just, you know, giving somebody like a, you know, cover sheet with like, you know, your job history. They probably want to see like actual media that you've done and created.
It's true. I mean, it's true for anybody, like whether you are a freelancer or a founder or an entrepreneur or full-time employee, it's just a consultant, it doesn't matter. Like, you want to be top of mind for whatever it is that you do. Like, let's say, for example, I have a friend named, I actually don't know how to say his last name right. I think it's Freund, Rob Freund, who does, he's an attorney who focuses on law for influencers and social media. And he's always the first person I think of that, because I see his content about it all the time. He does a very good job of making himself sort of
God, he sure can afford good internet, can he?
Top of mind. And if anybody ever asks me about that stuff, I always send them to him, because he's the first person who comes to mind. There might be someone out there that's better than him. I wouldn't know.
Yeah,
because
this guy's
I literally don't know they exist. Yeah. Now, I love Rob, and I'm sure he's very good at what he does. He's helped me on a lot of stuff, but so I don't mean to diminish, you know, his work. But point being is, like,
Rob is shit.
you want to be the person that is always top of mind for whatever it is you do. And I don't think that's not limited to creative fields. Like, whether you're, I mean, think about if you're like, I don't know, if you're an auto mechanic, right?
Right.
It like literally, or you have a landscaping company, you want to be the first for, like, hey, my gutters need to get cleaned. Who do I call? Well, it's probably if someone has done a very good job of like saturating whatever local radio, you know, with their jingle, you're like, oh, that fucking stupid jingle that I've heard 9 million times, I guess I'll call them.
Dude, 100%. Like my entire house flooded like last summer. Huge expense, lost a lot of stuff. But like when it happens, like I had never experienced flooding before in my life. Like I didn't know what to do. But literally, like you said, there was like there's a local company that ran ads like once a hour basically on my local station. I heard it all the time. And like when it came to that, like, dude, it was white noise to me for the last like 15 years. You
and
know?
Then all of a sudden you're like, oh.
That's the first company I called. And apparently I wasn't alone, because everyone.
Oh yeah, like the stream, everybody. Do me a solid. Someone said earlier, who's more annoying, this clown or Eddie Trunk? Oh man, that's a hard one. Well, Eddie Trunk actually legitimately loves music. The problem with Eddie Trunk is the problem with most boomers, when, you know, as they begin to grow into old age, they hold on to the shit that they considered real music from when they were, you know, in their teens and 20s. And that's kind of the most formative years when you're you know, developing your music taste that will last forever. I mean, I can't speak for everyone on this one, but I'd say for me, like, shit, probably like 80% of the music I love is shit that I discovered when I was a teenager. There have been very few like new things that I've picked up along the way. There have been, but you know, by and large, I discovered most of the shit that I liked when I was growing up. And I think it was a different time when I was growing up as well. You know, kids had more of an attention span to sit down and listen to an entire album. But yeah, I mean, Eddie Trunk is the same way. He just kind of like 80s hair metal. That was his golden age for him. That was like when music was at in its top form. Now, of course, you can appreciate 70s rock, of course, and 90s alternative is kind of where, you know, kind of the last decade where he gave a shit about music or rock or whatever. And then after that, it's just been a steady flow of like, you know, it's just not in his purview anymore. I think that's pretty normal. You know, I think it's kind of normal to, as you get older, you just don't keep track of music as much as you did when you were younger or whatever. The fact that Anthony Fantano is doing what he's doing, where he's having to like constantly be consuming music new music all the time, like that would be like being a taste tester for like an ice cream company. Like at first it seems like an awesome job, but then 10 years in, you're like, I fucking hate ice cream. I don't want another bite of ice cream as long as I live. Yeah, and that Eddie Trunk's definitely. And then, you know, he got on that whole bands using backing tracks thing, and he got all pissy about that because I think it was like, wasn't it like Ronnie Radke from Falling in Reverse, who they canceled their show because their laptops got stolen, and that became a huge like bone of contentment for Eddie Trunk, where he was like, see how fake shit's gotten with music, guys. The band couldn't even play because their laptops got stolen. And it's like, yeah. And if Dancing with Ghosts laptop ever got stolen, our band wouldn't be able to play a show either, because there's so many. The metronome is on there for the drummer, which cues in synthesizer parts and all this other kind of like infrastructure. I mean, we might be able to like limp through a show like with a bunch of missing parts and shit, but it wouldn't be nearly as good. And I mean, there'd be no metronome. I mean, so it's like, yeah, it's like Eddie Trunk. I hate to tell you, brother, but your favorite band from the 80s are probably using laptops, except the only difference is theirs are probably buried deep backstage where no one can see them and expose them. But I mean, yeah, it was a stupid take, but you know, he's old, and that's just how some old people view modern music. I mean, I don't know, man. There's a certain point where it does kind of bother me. Like I did a video a while back where I Blink-182 was exposed for using auto-tune live, and it was crazy because it's like Tom DeLonge sounded better than he'd ever had live when they did Coachella like last year or whatever. And I'm listening to it and my mind is blown because Tom DeLonge is famously bad live with his vocals, just famously awful singer live. And he was like hitting all the pitches, hitting all the notes. I'm like, what the fuck? And when I looked into it more, I realized that, he's using autotune because whenever he would talk on the mic, whoever the engineer was, they wouldn't turn off the effect fast enough, and he'd be like, "Hey, everybody!" Like the autotune was still pitch correcting his speaking voice, and it was very obvious. Now that I don't know how I feel about, but anyway.
I was called in too, and I couldn't get in, and I had to go with the not the Heinz ketchup of water restoration. I had to go with the B-listers, but they still did a decent job.
It's the fancy tomato catsup.
Yeah, the Aldi brand of water restoration. So what was the first video? Because you're making like, you know, this creative this marketing content and doing stuff for these brands. How do you just start making, you know, Bring Me the Horizon music videos and stuff like that?
Well, I didn't start with that. So I think they're all private now, probably, or deleted. I don't know. I have to look. But for the first maybe 6 or 9 months or something, I did content about marketing because that's my actual career and that's sort of what I wanted to be known for. But nobody cared. To make a long story short, I think if I was to start over, like if I know how I could make that channel work now, but at that time I didn't know how to make that kind of content work.
Yeah.
And I had written about music a lot before for like Metal Injection and Metal Sucks and stuff like that. So like I sort of knew how to do that. And I was like, well, I sort of observed that there was this I don't know, like nobody made videos about Bring Me Horizon. I was like, this band is very, very popular. People like them a lot, but nobody has made a video about, like, there was just nobody making videos about the type of music that I have. And even now there still aren't that many people.
Yeah.
So I was like, really? Nobody's made a video about Bring Me the Horizon or Fall Out Boy or Green Day or No Doubt? Like, that's weird.
Yeah.
Eddie, well, Michael K says, well, at least this guy doesn't name drop every 5 seconds. I could just imagine going out to dinner with Eddie Trunk telling you about how he's best friends with everybody that has ever been in a band. Yeah, that fucking Rock and Roll True Stories channel, which I'm sure everyone in the chat has seen at least one of this dude's videos, because this is another one of those guys that just like he just pumps out just disposable content. Like he reads Wikipedia and throws together some graphics in his editing program, and it probably takes him all of like maybe 1 hour to edit a video, and he's putting videos out. Like, I remember when he was on the come up, when he only had 40,000 subscribers or so, he was putting out a new video every single day, and it was the most trashy like editing. Like, it was just so thrown together, but it worked because it was just like these little tiny snippets of factoids about all these various bands. And if you go through this guy's channel, you'll find at least one video from by a band that you like, and you'll go, oh, I kind of want to see what that's. So he figured that out. But that Rock and Roll True Stories guy, he's got such a bone of contention against Eddie Trunk, because anytime he brings him up, and he normally never like disparages people on his videos. He's just very like, he's like the news. He's just reading the news, reading facts. But for some reason with Eddie Trunk, he'll like break his little character and he'll be like, and then Eddie, I know everybody Trunk said in an interview, blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, damn. It's like, did Eddie Trunk like personally offend you? Yeah, Eddie Trunk name drops a lot, but like, I don't know. He's kind of a old media, traditional media guy. I mean, he worked at a record label, that signed Metallica. I forget the name of them or what the label or whatever. Like back in the 80s, he was in A&R. Like I don't know. It never bothered me that he name drops or whatever. Like, because he legitimately is friends with a lot of those people. But I don't know if those people consider him a friend, because I think that they just see him as a marketing tool, and they need him because he's one of the only people. If you're in a legacy band, like if you're in fucking Twisted Sister or something, some band like that, the Eagles, whatever, and you drop a new album in 2024, who the fuck are you gonna go to that's gonna want to interview your ass? That's gonna have an audience of any significance? I mean, if you're smart, you'll go to Rick Beato, but a lot of those guys are still going to Eddie Trunk, because they're like, oh, he's radio's king, baby. Well, not necessarily anymore. Rick Beato gets way more fucking views than legacy media does on a lot of his stuff, a lot of his interviews that he does. So yeah, like traditional media, legacy media, what do you want to call it? It's on its way out. But yeah, that's why those guys are so buddy with Eddie Trunk, because they need him, because they know that there's really no other place to go if they're trying to promote their new album when their peak was like 40 years in the past. So I get, I don't know. It's kind of like this weird game of like, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. It's like, yeah, you can come on my show and promote, but I'm going to tell everyone how good of friends we are and how we went out to dinner and how like I know your family and yada, yada, yada. So there's kind of a quid pro quo thing going on there.
Yeah. I mean, I think like you said, like you filled a void that like was there. Like, and again, that kind of goes back to being like the go-to person for that thing. Like where when I was searching for videos on, I don't know, like mall emo bands from the 2000s or whatever it is, like your videos were the ones that were popping up. And there weren't, especially back then, there weren't very many people making any kind of content around that. So it's like if I wanted to vegetate on 15 to 20 minutes of what turned out to be Wikipedia knowledge, then you were my go-to dude.
Yeah, there's a few, like, you know, Fall Out Boy would be an example of a band where I have, I think, something different, you know, because I remember when Pete and Andy and you know, we were sort of about the same age, and I remember them from like the hardcore scene back in the day, and so I sort of have a little bit of a different perspective.
See, when he says shit like that, that's when he makes me think like, okay, was he a part of some kind of scene? Was he ever? I mean, like what are his credentials here when it comes to his authoritative ability to speak on music and the music culture, especially the punk rock and straight edge culture? Because I mean, straight edge is kind of like, I don't know if it's still like this, but when I was coming up, it was kind of like culty. Like if you had the X tattoos anywhere on your body and you were at a show and someone saw you drinking alcohol or smoking a cigarette, you would get your ass beat instantly for breaking edge. That's what they called it. And I thought the whole thing was really silly, but I would never say that around a straight edge person because they take that shit really seriously
on them than other people might. So that would be an example of, I think, of one of my better videos. But yeah, a lot of them just like, I literally just read Wikipedia.
Well, and I always loved it because you did present the facts. It always felt like unbiased. But then like you would throw in some jokes and like your opinions on stuff, and it was like fun.
I stopped doing that though because it made people angry. I
noticed that, because like the comments got just so, like people just got so butthurt about your, and again, I could tell when you were joking. I don't think I have like a super high intellect or anything like that, but I could like pick up on context clues. You know, smiling is usually a good one. Like, like it's just crazy that so many people, like, they would get so upset about you just casually a one-off comment about, like, you know, a band that they love, and you're not even saying they suck. You're just like, yeah, well, that could have been better, like whatever it was, you know.
Well, whatever, you know. I'm just here to give the people what they want.
Right.
If they don't want my jokes, then I don't give them my jokes.
So you haven't posted anything in I guess since September was the last video you posted on the. So are you done with YouTube, or are you done making those kind of videos anyway?
I don't have any plans to do anything on YouTube. I've sort of considered maybe doing like a channel sort of about entrepreneurship, maybe.
That sounds like the most boring channel that I would never watch, and I don't. Maybe he would. I'm sure he could. He knows how to clickbait at this point, so I'm sure he could make the thumbnails nice and enticing for people to click on them and all that. But wow, going from like talking about music and shit to talking about like entrepreneurship and all that, like wow, that would be like me going from like my channel to talking about like having a channel about golf and the various golfing techniques. It's just completely burned down like 95% of my audience.
But I don't know, because I have a feeling that a lot of people who know me for the music stuff would show up and be idiots, you know, and people on Reddit and Twitter would probably, you know, want to tear me down. So probably I won't, but who knows? I'm mostly just active on LinkedIn.
Yeah. Is that why you started making videos, just because of all the negativity?
No, it's because like I don't really have any interest in music. So I was just doing it for the money, and I hit my financial goals. And so there's really just no reason for me. Like I don't have to keep doing it. So I'm not going to spend you know, our time on this earth is limited. Like,
hold on. I gotta hear that quote again.
Reddit and Twitter would probably, you know, want to tear me down. So probably I won't, but who knows? I'm mostly just active on LinkedIn.
Yeah. Is that why you started making videos, just because of all the negativity?
No, it's because like I don't really have any interest in music. So
I don't have any interest in music.
I was just doing it for the money, and
what a fucking, oh my god. I'm not really interested. Don't really have any interest in music. I was just doing it for the money. God, what the fuck? I mean, I know I've said in the description, but if that's not a definition of a fucking grifter, dude, I don't know what the fuck is. Like, holy shit. That is such a middle fucking finger to like anybody who like really was a fan of this guy. Like, yeah, you know, all these fucking videos I made where I had these opinions, it was all just shit that, I mean, it kind of makes sense now as to like why he was so middle of the road on everything, because he didn't care. He didn't really care, and he wanted to. If you're really passionate about something, you're gonna have a fucking opinion about it, whether for it or against it. Like, I get really sketched out at people who are too middle of the road about everything, to where they're like, you know, it's not my favorite thing in the world, but I could see some redeeming values at the same time. With that being said, like, anytime people get like that, I always look at them sideways, like really, like, what's, you know. I mean, yeah, it's one thing to be charitable and not, you know, just constantly be like super negative about everything, because like that's also that's fake all in its own right. Like, you know, anytime I talk about like Angry Video Game Nerd, I always try to say something along the lines of like, this guy did influence me to get into YouTube. His early stuff actually is funny. You know, I try to like not just be like, man, everything this guy does and has ever done has always been shit, because that's also super disingenuous. But yeah, when you're so fence riding and gatekeepy as this guy, it was just kind of like, man, that blows my mind that you would just straight up say. And I already read the quote, so I was anticipating this, but just to hear it from his mouth, just saying, I really have no interest in music, I was only in it for the fucking money. Like, wow, that's ballsy. That is a ballsy admission. Like, that's almost a confession. Like, yes, I killed the man. No, I'm not sorry. I would do it again. Like, that's pretty, I think he's pretty much lost anybody's respect. Like, if he ever tries to do anything on YouTube again, like, I'm pretty sure he's lost any respect or goodwill that he may have had before that. Like, wow, that's something that you'll never hear me say about my channel. Good Lord.
Hit my financial goals, and so there's really just no reason for me. Like, I don't have to keep doing it. Mm-hmm. So I'm not going to spend you know, our time on this earth is limited. Like, don't spend it doing shit you don't have to do if you don't.
Hambone Jones, that's an interesting point. He's totally coping. He is into music, but he got jaded by reading mean comments. Yeah, that kind of sounds like he doesn't really give a fuck about like what anybody has to say about him anymore, like whether it's Reddit or the comment section in YouTube. Like, he just doesn't have to care anymore, so he's just kind of like, I mean, to a certain degree, that's kind of like feeding the trolls a little bit to make those kind of comments, or he's trolling in general. I don't think so, though. I think he's being 100% serious. I mean, he had talked on his channel before about, like, you know, really wanting to see, like, what exactly works and how he can make it work and all that. But I always thought he would say shit like that because he was genuinely, like, passionate about what he was doing, and he wanted to maximize people's interest in what he was doing because he was passionate about it, when in reality, no, he was trying to maximize his profits. He was trying to make the most money he could. That's why he cared about that stuff, not because there was any genuine passion there. There's nothing anybody hates more than a fucking poser, no matter what field you're in, no matter what genre you're in, especially when it comes to the art. The more authentic something feels, the better, generally. And when people find out they were sold a bill of goods, that never ends well.
Yeah, too, you know, it's like, I made enough money from this. I don't have to keep making videos about System of a Down, so I'm gonna stop.
Man, so you really didn't enjoy it at all? There's just like no part of you that was like, oh, I'm excited to talk about this band today or anything like that. It was always just completely transactional for you.
Yeah, I don't have any interest in music at all.
That sounds like he's trolling at that point. Jesse Lee's asking, it was all transactional, and he's like, yup, I have no interest in music at all. I don't know, man. I don't know if I believe this. That's just, Yeah, people keep pointing out the MBA part of his name was already the first red flag. What was that, a major in business degree or something like that? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. The cope is real there. He's just really trying to justify quitting.
Yeah, so you don't miss it then. That's what you're getting at.
No.
Yeah.
Well, the money is nice, but
yeah,
I made enough from it that I'm good.
You're probably still getting some like residual revenue though, right? Because I mean, those videos are still getting views every day. There's still stuff coming
it's
in,
still
right?
a few grand a month, so
yeah,
that helps. That'll dry up eventually, but
yeah.
I'll take it.
What a fucking corporate shill, dude. God, I fucking can't stand this motherfucker. I didn't care for him before, but now I fucking have a pretty high level of disdain for this dude. Like, holy shit.
Well,
so are you super excited that you didn't have to talk about the new Linkin Park album and the Emily Armstrong controversy?
Very. I see this stuff now. Like, of course, like for like most of the year, there was like nothing happening, and it was like really hard for me to like find stuff to talk about on Twitch. And now, like after I quit, there's all this drama, so. But I'm like, man, I'm so glad. I don't give a fucking shit. Like, Jesus, like the drama, whatever, like about Alien Ant Farm and CKY. I'm like, bro, it is 2024.
Yeah.
This is legitimately a conversation we're having. It like, I can't. You want me to care about this shit from bands that peaked 2 goddamn decades ago? Like Linkin Park was fucking washed up in 2004.
Damn, he's coming for people. He's got some. He's trying to catch some bodies. Like, fuck. Yeah, I'll agree with you about Alien Ant Farm and CKY. I mean, they definitely peaked about 2 decades ago, but like Linkin Park is still has remained like a beloved band. I mean, yes, they did technically, artistically, I feel like they kind of peaked about 2 decades ago, but I mean, they're still very much a beloved band. And I mean, dude, if you don't want to fucking talk about it, like, just don't talk about it. This is why I'm like glad that I not gotten pigeonholed into anything on my channel. I've somehow managed to create a channel where people are just kind of like up for whatever I release, and they'll give it a chance at least. I do have some videos that like don't do as well, but like thankfully, because of the fan base or viewer base or whatever that I've built up, people will at least like give it a shot. And I don't have any like bombs anymore. Like, I used to have videos that would just straight up bomb. Like I like say the shit. I remember a time where the trend for me was like, if I got 300 or 400 views, that was about average. And if a video ever hit 1,000, it was like, damn, that was a successful video. Like, and you can scroll back about 2 years ago and see the videos I put out, and you will see that's about how the views went. It was like 300 to 500 views. All right, that's average. And then every now and then you'd get that one video that got like 200 views or 150 views. And it's like, damn, this video bombed, and I put so much work into it. But, you know, I don't know. I thought the Emily Armstrong thing with Linkin Park, where like she's still a Scientologist and her mom's like in the Sea Org, which is like the fraternal order of Scientology, and like she supported Danny Masterson, the rapist from that 70s show. She supported him in court and intimidated one of the Jane Does. Like, I thought all that shit was interesting, and like now like that's gonna be the singer for Linkin Park. I definitely thought that was worth talking about on a live stream. Now, I wouldn't have made a whole like curated video about it, like where I'm editing and all that, because I don't care about Linkin Park enough to put all that effort in. I'll do it on a live stream though, where I can just speak off the top of my head. And yeah, apparently like the guitarist from CKY punched the lead singer of Alien Ant Farm in the face on tour when they were on tour together. And then so CKY got kicked off the tour, yada yada yada. But it's like, again, you don't have to talk about this shit. But for him, I guess he feels like he would have had to have talked about it, because everyone would have been commenting about it, like, oh, you gotta talk about this. And I don't know. I talk about what I know and what I'm passionate about, because the moment that I have to stop doing that, then that's when it starts to suck to be a YouTuber. But I have not reached that point yet. So, no, Jesse is Bam's brother, and he wasn't the one who did the punching. It was the one of the other guys.
You want me to talk about him now?
It is crazy when you do see like news headlines that make a big deal about a band doing something. And like, I'm not speaking of Linkin Park in this part, but it's like, it will be like a band does something crazy and it's a news headline everyone's talking about for like, you know, weeks or whatever. But then you look at their tour dates and that band is playing like a 500 cap room
right
to like 30. It's like, so this band that everyone's talking about isn't actually drawing any like, you know, people. It's just something for people to talk about. It's just conversation fodder. It's news, you know.
It's just
everyone
because
needs to
these
grab.
like smooth brained, low vibration people just want some negativity to fucking blurt out their dumb fucking opinions about.
So you haven't even listened to Linkin Park then, I'm guessing, the new album?
I mean, I heard it. I don't have an opinion. Like I don't know. It's
Dude, he's coming off as such a fucking dildo in this interview. Like, my God. Like he is coming off as like one of the most unlikable people on the internet right now. Like he is being openly like hostile. Like this man has been hurt. This man's feelings have been hurt very badly. Like you can tell he's taken so many of those comments personally. Like, I mean, I know he's way bigger than me and he's probably gotten way more shit like hurled at him, but like from whatever shit that I get or whatever, it's like I just don't take it personally, because it's like nobody knows me, you know, like or whoever says what they're saying, it's like all you know about me is what you've seen like on the internet, which is literally like not even a representation of who I am as a person. So it's like bro, I mean, maybe all the grooming shit got to him, I don't know, but like this man is like broken.
It's like what
it's
if
kind of hard
somebody
to avoid. It's like dominating the music world at the moment.
I mean, I don't pay attention. Like, it's like if somebody showed you a bag. Do you play golf?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. Do you play basketball?
No. I mean, I enjoy it. But
it's like if someone, you know, handed you some new basketball that just came out. They're like, hey, what do you think of this basketball? You'd be like,
yeah.
I guess
it's
cool.
round.
Right. Like, looks fine to me, I guess. I don't know.
It bounces.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people were giving me shit. Not a lot of people. A couple people giving me shit in comment sections about like posting so much about Linkin Park, and it's like, it's the biggest fucking band in the world right now. Like, it's the band that everyone's talking about. Like, of course I'm gonna post about it. And then like one dude was like, I wish you'd talk about like more underground bands. It's like, well, you know, I do post about newer bands, but whenever I do post about the newer bands, no one gives a shit. You know, no one.
There's only two options. If you want to have any sort of an audience in this space, there's basically two options. Number one is to talk about millennial nostalgia music, you know, anything that was popular on MTV from say 1999 to 2007 or so. The other option is talking about sexual assault. Those are really the only two ways you can get views.
Damn, he's so bitter. I don't know. I've made a lot of videos about Phil Collins, and those all do really well. Pretty sure he was he doesn't come anywhere near millennial nostalgia. Like, God, it's such a jaded and cynical take on everything. He really doesn't give a fuck. I don't know. Like, look at Rock and Roll True Stories. Like, he talks about all kinds of bands from like the 80s and 90s and even like 70s, or he's all over the place with his stories, and his channel's flourishing. And I think one of the main differences is like the Rock and Roll True Story guy doesn't feel the need to be on camera with his fucking dick fingers pointing at the camera every 2 seconds, you know, with his really annoying monotone voice. They're gonna talk about Paramore and blah blah. I kind of knew as I was watching his videos, like I kind of deep down, I kind of felt it in my bones, like this guy doesn't give a fuck about Paramore. Like, I thought maybe he listened to like some like, I don't know, like old school punk music in his free time. Like, man, this guy looks like he would listen to Suicide Boys or Fear or like Minor Threat, you know. He probably still rocks that, but now it's like this guy probably fucking listens to like the Taylor Swift's new record or some shit, or like whatever that sampler CD is in Starbucks or whatever. Like, that's probably what his favorite like soundtrack is, like, in all reality, because this guy's coming off more and more to be like the fakest, shilliest motherfucker I've seen in quite some time.
Very buzzworthy, yeah. Yeah, I know. There was like somebody in the comment section was like, I post about new bands all the, like he had a blog or something. It's like, I post about new bands all the time on my Instagram, and I out of curiosity I clicked on his page, and yeah, it's like all like 500 views, like 300 views. Like,
I mean,
whatever.
if he's
like,
cool with that,
it's
good
great
for him. Like,
yeah,
that's
great.
awesome.
It makes you happy, but it's clear that people aren't watching it for a reason. You know, it's like, unfortunately, yeah, what the big names are what dominates the cycle.
It is what it is.
Yeah,
and I know why. It's because there's like all that stuff was a product of another time in which the monoculture existed. You know, when there weren't 500, and it's the same for like movies. The reason why all like the why there's all the remakes and stuff, like all the big brands were built in the era in which TV, radio, print media, you know, stuff like that could build stars and build brands and stuff like that. And it's too fragmented now. Like there's nobody, like there's hardly any like breakout stars of the last 10 years or so, really. You know, there's a couple people, you know, there's like Post Malone and maybe like Sydney Sweeney, and you know, there's a handful, but it's not like it's not like what was the last like must watch movie? There's like,
he brought up Sydney Sweeney because that's who he jerks off to.
Barbie, you know, there's like one or two a year, maybe. It's just not the same. TV. When was the last TV show that mattered?
Yeah. Do you think that's because of like social media and streaming and everything?
Yeah, it's because the media landscape is so fragmented. Like there are YouTubers with, you know, whatever, 100 million subscribers that neither of us have ever heard of.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, no, I agree with that point that he says. I mean, for as douchey as he may be, yeah, I said this many times about like why it's so hard to like make it in the music industry these days and all that, and it's because there's too much shit out there, man. It's too much competition, and like, I mean, you kind of have to be like a legacy kind of brand. I don't understand how like groups like Bad Omens and Sleep Token and Spirit Box, and I don't understand how those groups even got big in the first place these days, with just how crazy diverse the music pool is. Then yeah, like the days of the monoculture is gone. That's why you're probably not gonna see another band like Primus get, you know, I would say on MTV, but there is no MTV anymore. There's no MTV equivalent, you know. You like, and I don't know, like if you're a millennial, which most of the people watching this probably are. I mean, I think we kind of grew up in like one of the crazier times, because we're old enough to remember before internet, or before internet was fast. You might have had internet, but it was so slow it was basically not a thing that mattered to you. You remember that time, but then you also are still young enough to kind of appreciate the time of technology that we're in now, where everything's streaming and instantaneous and all that. And yeah, I mean, if you're a millennial, you kind of start to miss those times where, you know, there was kind of this monocultural zeitgeist going on with like one major music network that mattered. I mean, you had your offshoots like Much Music and all that, but, you know, MTV2, but like, you know, back in the 90s at least, you know, the bands broke on MTV, or the boy bands or the artists, whatever, and that was it. You know, there was no other place to go. So all these bands would get funneled through this one tube to the consumer, and it was an efficient way for a couple of bands to get really big. And now it's like there are so many channels for so many bands to get mediocre big. Like, probably not enough money to pay your rent just off of your music streams big. So it's kind of like the top 1% in the 90s, the bands that occupied the top 1% of album sales and popularity, it all got like washed away, and now it's just spread out amongst the hundreds of thousands of bands that are all, you know, kind of pulling numbers here and there. And I mean, that's why everyone you meet these days, especially if they're Gen Z, it's like their favorite artist is going to be someone that you have never fucking heard of, that's going to be on SoundCloud or going to be this weird artist on YouTube. Like, fuck, my girl I'm dating likes this, like she likes a lot of rap, and it's her music taste is kind of cringe. I'm not going to lie. She hasn't watched these, so it doesn't matter. But like, she's in her 20s, and she just grew up in a different time, and I've never heard of any of the shit that she listens to. And I almost want to like make a video where I just interview a bunch of Gen Z kids and be like, how do you find new music? I am so curious of that. Like, how the fuck do you find new music? Oh shit, she's watching. Fuck. Well, you know how I felt about your music. This is nothing this is nothing new. It's not a new discovery. I just don't like Ouija Mac, man. It's not good music. Sorry, it's garbage. I watched it the other night on my own volition. It was not good. But yeah, anyway, I just want to like ask Gen Z kids, like how do you even find new music? Like, what the fuck? So anyway, I agree with Finn McKenty's point there.
No, let alone anybody that sort of doesn't even pay attention to YouTube. So it's like, or like with streamers, like, you know, someone like Asmongold, you know, gets millions and millions of views on his YouTube videos. I don't know how many viewers he has in his streams, like probably 100,000 or something like that. Huge streamer that is like incredibly well known. He's probably the biggest name in that world.
Yeah, and I have no idea who he is.
Yeah, but if you don't follow, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If you don't follow streaming, like
yeah, I have no idea who the fuck Asmongold is. Why are people like trying to establish themselves on Twitch so hard? Like, I don't understand that shit. Like, what is so great about Twitch? That sounds like the least appealing thing for me right now. It's like, okay, I just started getting a foothold on YouTube. Now let me start all over again from scratch. Like, I'm just me trying to like get people to follow my new Twitter account, which is up there in the yellow that says new Twitter account at DWG YouTube. I'm just trying to build up a YouTube only Twitter account, and just building that up from nothing is like fucking hard. So like, why would I want to go to Twitch and do that whole thing? Degenerates give money on Twitch. Well, they give money on here too. I don't understand. Like, watch people play games for money. I mean, people can donate super chats on YouTube as well. You don't have to. I mean, I don't see the advantage. But I mean, that Tank the Tech, who's also a music guy, he will do his videos live on Twitch, and then he'll re-upload it to YouTube later on. And I don't understand I've never understood the Twitch thing, because I mean, you can donate on here too. But anyway,
never heard of him. So I think that's the era we live in. And there, I mean, how many TikTokers are there that get millions and millions of views that I've never heard of? So that's the world we live in now, is just sort of like a very fragmented landscape of, we'll call it like micro celebrities. Whereas before, you know, it's like it was the same 20 people that you would always see on TV, hear about on the radio, read about in magazines, you know, whatever. Like when, you know, the Paris Hilton kind of era, I would say is probably like kind of the end of it. And if you look, most of the music and movies and TV shows and stuff like that, the biggest brands are still the ones that were built then.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point, because I think because of the way social media is built, like everyone can find their niche, everyone can find their like little thing that they like and build communities on top of it. And yeah, you get giant superstars within those little kind of I don't know, mega spheres or whatever you want to call them. And then then outside of that, like, no, because it blows my mind how many times I find somebody on YouTube or any social media that has millions of followers. I'm like, I literally never heard of this person, but they're by all accounts famous. Like at least in this group, you know, it's pretty wild.
Right.
And like, yeah, like you said, back then there was just a machine pushing out, like, you know, and you got to watch them on TV, the movies, the radio, and that's all you got, man. It's wild.
And I think it's a better, like, we're better off now for sure that, you know, that there's more opportunities for people to, you know, build a brand and have an audience and stuff, you know, in sort of these little niche categories. I think that's a better place. But the downside of that is sort of what we're talking about here, is that if you're, you know, doing commentary or something like that, I mean, like with movie commentary, you know, people talk about fucking Star Wars all the time and Marvel, you know, because it's like, if you want to get views, that's sort of what you have to do.
Yeah. Yeah. And like going back to what we were talking about too, with like the bands that, like, you know, are big in the news, but not in real life. It's like the same thing on social media. Like I have so many like artists I know who like have millions of followers on TikTok, but then like they can't sell out, you know, the venue they're playing on tour. And like they'll tell me, like, I've had this conversation before, like the venue owners are like mad at them. They're like, I thought you were going to move tickets. Like, you have all these followers. I thought you were going to move. I thought there's going to be thousands of people here. It's like, it's not, it doesn't work that way, man. It's way easier to hit that follow button than it is to like get in your car and drive and pay $12 and stand in line.
Especially like if you're, you know, you think about also, I remember seeing this a lot with MySpace. You know, there was a lot of these MySpace bands that were at the time getting millions of plays, which back then was a lot. And then I would go see them and there'd be like 75 people there. I'm like, this is weird. But then I thought about it and it's like, well, especially back then, most of the people following them on MySpace were like kids, you know, they're like ninth graders. So who live out in the suburbs or whatever. So, you know, a ninth grader can't go see a show, you know, at 9 p.m. on a Wednesday in the city. You know,
right?
Unless they have terrible parents, like mine.
Yeah, I was gonna say
that was a very specific example. I don't think I would attribute that more to the fact that not everybody who likes that band on MySpace lives in that same damn city. I mean, like through the power of the internet, to quote Boogie, like you're able to have a fan base that can literally usually is international. I mean, my listeners for my band, which is Dancing with Ghosts, by the way, on Spotify and everywhere else you fucking stream music, we have listeners all over the place. I sent a shirt and a CD out to Australia the other day. I had to pay $40 in shipping. I only charged them $20 because I'm stupid and I don't know shipping rates apparently. But Finland, Sweden, UK, Canada, like, yeah, we have listeners all over the place. And I mean, it is true though. Like there has been that recent phenomenon. You know, it's not even that recent, but it's kind of that phenomenon of, and it's happening with rappers a lot, mostly actually. These big name rappers will, you know, have millions upon millions of streams, and like we're talking like people like Megan Thee Stallion and people like that, or Ice Spice or whatever. And then they go on their big tour and they're like they're selling like 1/4 of the fucking room. You know, they're not moving tickets. My personal take on it is that people don't put a premium on music anymore like they used to, because music used to mean a lot more than what it means now. And I think with all the ease of being able to listen to whatever you want within, you know, one tap of your phone or click of your mouse or whatever, it has created this bizarre ADHD in people's music listening habits, where you'll put on an album, but at the same time you'll be thinking to yourself like, yeah, I know I'm trying to commit to listening to this album, but I literally have like every song that's pretty much ever existed at my fingertips. Why don't I listen to another song instead of finishing this album? And so then it turns into this like, this is just how I assume most people listen to music. So yeah, you know, like Ice Spice's hit, whatever that may be, or Sabrina Carpenter's hit will be on one of your playlists, but that, you know, it's just as disposable as the next song that you listen to on that same playlist. it doesn't at all mean that you're going to go and buy tickets that are usually pretty expensive to go see that artist when they come to your town, because you haven't really invested much into that artist emotionally or monetarily. Their album is free essentially with your $10 a month subscription. So it's not really there's not a lot of skin in the game for you as the consumer when it comes to these artists coming through town. You really, only your super fans are going to come out anymore. It's not like in 1981 when Rush dropped Moving Pictures, their hit album with the song Tom Sawyer on there, and then Tom Sawyer hit the radio waves, and it kind of became a hit song, and Rush became like the band to go see that year. Even the jocks were going, the hot chicks were going, because they were the it band. And when they came through, you owned the record already because everyone was talking about that song, because again, monoculture. So it's like, oh shit, Rush is coming through Cincinnati, Ohio tonight. Yeah, we all got to go see them, because like that's the thing that we're all doing, and we all bought the record and all that. Now it's just like, oh, Megan Thee Stallion, she's got that one song I like, but shit, her tickets are how much? Hell nah, I ain't going to that. Like, I mean, that's how it is now. There's no, like you have to have something about your show that's like almost like Cirque du Soleil level, to where it's like, it's the same thing with the Hollywood blockbusters. It's like the reason why like all those Transformers movies and remakes and all that shit was made. It's like, oh, I have to see the effects on the big screen. That was a draw. Oh, got to see the new Star Wars on the big screen. It's not the same. You got to see it in theaters. They made that built-in like must-see at this location kind of gimmick going on with it. And I think with live music, with like bands or whatever, it was that same thing. Taylor Swift achieved that with her Eras tour. I mean, there was all this hype about how you got to see it live. Live is, she does, she pulls out all the stops. And so there was this hype that was built around it. Like you have to really like entice people to like get off their ass and drive somewhere to see. I mean, and if you're like a fucking local or regional band, good fucking luck, man. You're literally relying on the kindness of strangers to be bothered to get off their ass and pay money to go see your show, because there's like a million other things they could be doing and spending their money on than going to see a live band, which is sad. It's like that, but that's how it is. I've been in this scene for like 7 or 8 years now, and people just don't care. They just don't care like they used to.
Fortunately, I'm one of those.
Yeah.
But
so, there's a small number of them who can do that. But it's like you might be their biggest fan. Yeah, you might be the biggest fan, but it's like your parents aren't going to give you a ride to the venue at 9 p.m. on a Wednesday,
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it's not real. It's not tangible.
Well, it's not. I mean, I know in the rock world, like literally the fucking only thing they care about is live events, like live ticket sales. That is the only thing rock people care about. The end. Yeah. Like nothing, everything else is bullshit to them other than live ticket sales, which I think is incredibly fucking stupid, but that's how they think.
What do you think they should be focusing on?
Well, I mean, for me, I sure wouldn't want my business to depend on having to travel 200 days a year.
Right.
Because that's not sustainable. That's a good way to fucking wreck your mental and physical health and relationships.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you can't do that. I mean, even people like, say, corporate execs that travel that much a year, like it's fucking, and they're doing it, they're flying, they're getting hotels and stuff. Yeah. It still fucking destroys you.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's not sustainable.
Yeah, touring seems like it would suck. I've never gone on a proper tour yet, but definitely have done runs of shows before, and yeah, I mean, unless you have a proper tour bus and all the accoutrements, however you pronounce it, yeah, it seems like touring does not sound all that fun to me. I think I'd absolutely have to be 100% sober if I did go on tour, because I don't think there's any chance in hell that I could wake up hungover every day and ride however many hours to the next city, wait for hours on end to play your 45-minute set, and then do it all over again. That does not sound fun to me.
So, I mean, I certainly, like, if you can't make money, if you're getting millions of eyeballs on your shit and you can't turn that into money, like, you suck. You know, like, if the only way you can think of to monetize that is to fucking go get people to show up to a venue, like, that's just, you suck. Like, how could you, like, how could you not
think, like,
do
they
that?
should be monetizing through like products and stuff like that?
I don't care. Whatever. They can do whatever the fuck they want. I don't care. I'm not going to tell musicians are.
Dude, he's so fucking cynical now. Like, what the hell? If you have millions of people listening to your music and you can't monetize it, you suck. Like, you can't get people to come out or like, I mean, I take the point that he's making or trying to make, but like, he's saying it in such like a asshole way that I don't know. He literally does not care about whatever bridges he might, which is kind of refreshing in a way to see that, you know, finally someone who's not like, finally he's not, you know, he's having actual real opinions, but he's just sold himself so long as this like toe in the line kind of like, I like everything, and now I don't know. It's just like you don't expect this guy to be an asshole, but here he is. I see your true colors. That's why I love you.
A lost cause. Like, they can do whatever the fuck they want. I don't care. But let's put it this way: I know lots of people on LinkedIn with less than 10,000 followers that are making way more money than anybody in any band.
Yeah. I mean, you know,
that's crazy. It's almost like you do a band because like you actually like writing songs and playing for people, and the high you get when you walk on stage and play for an audience, even if it's only 10 people, is something that nothing else will give you. It's almost like there's like a passion involved. Maybe are we seeing like a pattern here with this guy, that it's all about money. It's all about monetary gain. You know, like, passion has no place in this in his world. It's just all transactional. Like, what the fuck is up with that, dude?
The price of these concert tickets are so crazy high for some of these artists too, and with like the Live Nation, you know, dynamic to pricing model, whatever, you know, and like a lot of that is a direct result of the fact that that's the only way anybody can make any money off of music anymore, or at least, you know, in the rock world and stuff.
It's supply and demand. The reason why they're charging $500 to see a fucking band that was washed up 20 years ago is because people will pay it.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't like it, stop paying it. I mean, it's like, why in the fuck would My Chemical Romance not charge you $400, knowing that there's a bunch of rich millennials or maybe millennials that can't afford it, but with credit cards,
right?
Knowing that there's a bunch of 35-year-olds that will pay it, why the fuck wouldn't they charge that?
Yeah,
because it's douchey and it's predatory. Blink-182, when Tom reunited with the band, I wanted to go see them, and I think it was in Tampa or something, and they were charging about $400 or $500. But then an article came out that said like they are not in charge of their pricing, which I kind of call bullshit on. But I mean, I guess if you sign a contract with Ticketmaster or Live Nation, maybe there's something in there about where like they have control of that. I don't know, but I find it hard to believe that the band has no say in the, I mean, I don't know, maybe if you went through an outside like big promoter, but there really isn't. Like, when you get to a certain level, it's Live Nation and Ticketmaster are the only promoters big enough to handle those kind of events. When you're on a smaller level, there's like a million different people you can go through and, you know, kind of set your own pricing. And man, this guy is just such a corporate dick schnozzle.
It is interesting too that all these bands will like hide behind the Ticketmaster Live Nation like apron or whatever. But like, well, it's them, it's not us. Like, we're not saying, well, it's you have part of this. Like, you have a hand in this. So,
yeah, that's what I was just saying.
Well, like,
I don't. It is so bizarre to me. This is another reason why I'm so glad to be done with this shit. Is like, just it's so bizarre to me that there's a world in which people don't want to just accept that supply and demand is a thing.
Yeah.
Like, why should a band have to apologize for the fact that like people want to buy their shit?
Right.
Is that like, am I doing something wrong?
Oh, now we're getting the, oh man. I feel like at this point, Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons are about to like flank this guy and just start like jacking him off. Like, yeah, keep talking. You're preaching the gospel, brother. Yeah, you tell them. You tell those motherfuckers. It's all about the money. Yeah, it's all about that grift. Yeah, Paul Stanley's literally said that same thing. Like, if our fans are demanding it, who are we to say no? If our fans are demanding to buy our overpriced guitars that we play the night of the show, and and their doctors and their lawyers, and they're willing to pay $10,000 for a guitar that Gene Simmons spits his nasty fucking stank blood on, like, who are we to say no? And it's just like, I mean, shit, I guess. And I mean, like, Eddie Trunk has constantly made the point of ticket prices. Like, if you don't agree with it, don't go. And I mean, yeah, it's true. But at the same time, like, there should be some kind of regulatory system out there that's like, hey, like, maybe don't charge $500 for a fucking seat, Blink-182, like, because that's like just really gross to do that to your fans. And yeah, I mean, these fucking millennials who can't let go of their fucking nostalgia. So whenever one of those emo bands comes out of retirement and wants to earn a little bit of coin, I do believe there's a little bit of a stupid tax there that these millennials are paying. Cause it's like, yeah, I'll go up on stage and sing I'm Not Okay and Helena and Teenagers and Black Parade. I'll go up there and I'll sing those songs for $20,000 a show. Sure. Yeah. And I'll sell it and I'll make it seem like I really mean it, but so yeah, there's a little bit of a stupidity tax because, these people are so far removed from those songs at this point. I mean, like, imagine like a poem you wrote 20 years ago, like a poem that I wrote when I was 16, I would be cringing the fuck out of right now. But if someone's paying me $500 to read that poem, best believe I'm going to put on my best pair of dancing shoes and sell that shit till the cows come home. Jordy asked, how much do you have in your ticket price? How much say do you have in your ticket prices? Like when my band plays a show, that all depends. If I'm putting the show, if I'm putting the show together, meaning like I go up to the venue promoter or owner or whoever, and I message them and I'm like, hey, Dancing with Ghosts wants to put a show together on this date. What's your room fee? Like, how much is the fee just for us to play in this room on this night? Like do we have to pay the ticket taker? You got to kind of figure out your expenses ahead of time. And then you have to like kind of just go from there. So like, for instance, one venue in our town that's shutting down, sadly, it's called Rain Dogs. Their room fee was extremely inexpensive. So I would try to make the tickets cheaper as a result of that. You're not trying to get rich by any means, but in this day and age, I think $10 is a pretty reasonable asking price for most live shows, like locally. 15 if it's like a bigger, bill with some decent bands, maybe a few out of town bands that have a name or whatever. I think 25 should be the highest any ticket should ever be for a local show with like a band that's not some hugely well-known act. There was this one band that played in my town that was really only big in Europe, and but they were based out of Jacksonville, and they were charging like $25 per ticket, and I'm just like, there's no fucking way, dude. Like, you're literally only big in Germany. I'm giving away too much details now. Whatever. That's how I felt, and that's how I still feel at times. Like, there's no way I'm paying like that to see that band anyway.
Like that 10,000 people want to go see us, and like, what should I charge them? Should I make less money? Like, would you do that? Like, right. Would you tell hey boss, you know what? I don't really think I'm worth $25 an hour. Like, can we cut me down to 19?
Mm-hmm.
Of course not.
Right. So it's sort of like, if a brand is selling, like an upscale brand is selling clothes for an expensive price, no one's like shitting on them for the high price of clothes, because that's the price of them. Like they're selling
It's
them
like
at
you
that
want a
price, and people are
Balenciaga
buying
sweater,
them.
it's $1,500. Take it or
Yeah.
leave it.
Yeah, you want a Balenciaga sweater. You want to see my chem live. You're going to have to shell out some money.
This is what it is.
Yeah.
I don't want either of those things, so I don't buy them.
So you're done with Twitch too, right? Are you not doing
Yes.
stuff on there anymore?
Yeah, I quit that first, I think in June or July.
Okay. So you start scaling back slowly but surely. So you're full on LinkedIn bro now, right?
Yes.
Is that your
I thought LinkedIn was just like a website where you like literally, it's like where you post your bona fides or your resume. So like other people, it's like you network. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck exactly. Let me look it up. Let me look that fucking shit up real quick. What is LinkedIn? LinkedIn is the world's largest professional network on the internet. You can use LinkedIn to find the right job or internship, connect and strengthen professional relationships, and learn the skills you need to succeed in your career. You can access LinkedIn from a desktop, LinkedIn mobile app, or mobile web experience. Who should be joining LinkedIn? LinkedIn is a platform for anyone who is looking to advance their career. This can include people from various professional backgrounds, such as small business owners, students, and job seekers. LinkedIn members can use LinkedIn to tap into a network of professionals, companies, and groups within. Okay, I still don't quite get. Maybe the comments section will have something for me here. Yeah, that's what I thought. LinkedIn equals online resume, basically. Right, I thought it was for job searches and networking. So what does it mean to be a LinkedIn bro? It's Facebook with a cheap tie. Yeah, I don't get what that's. How are you using that as like a social media thing? Like, are you just like friend requesting random like fucking people in random sectors of the job market and just like, hey man, so like, how do I change my oil filter on my car? It says you're like a master mechanic. I don't get it. Whatever.
business card? That's what it says now.
Yes.
So it's crazy. You were saying like, so LinkedIn is a big way to monetize for people now, huh?
Yeah. I mean, it's great. If like, people are there to do business, and these are like the cream of the crop. Like, these are not scrubs.
Right.
These are the smartest, most high performing, high achievers in the fucking world. And they are all on there, and they're there to do business. Like, if you have a compelling offer, people there will pay you for it. Like, it's not hard. Well, I mean,
so this guy's coming off as such a dick. Like, what's his problem?
I'm going to say it's easy, but like, if you're good, people will see it and they'll pay you for it.
Right. It's simple, not easy.
Oh, Debonair Nerd has a deeper definition for us here. You can recommend candidates, refer profiles. Example, you want to hire a lawyer in a particular field. A colleague on LinkedIn may forward a candidate's profile as a recommendation. Then they contact. Oh, well. I don't know. Maybe I could use LinkedIn in my DJ career to connect with entertainment people in Jacksonville. Actually, that's not a horrible idea.
All right.
Yeah.
Might look into that.
So LinkedIn, does it have its own internal monetization platform like YouTube does, or are you just only selling products and stuff on there?
You could think of it like Instagram for business, like
Gotcha.
so there's basically two categories of people there who make a lot of money. One is people like me who are consultants that sell a service. So I help people grow either on YouTube or LinkedIn, and you pay me $3,000 and we go through this program. And then at the end of it, I'll help you grow one of those. At the end of it, you have a blueprint for how you're going to do that. And then I help you make some content.
Oh, so he's still grifting. That's good to know.
There's lots of people who do something similar to that. Say like career coaches or people that, or SEO, consultants, people like that, like service providers. And then the other group of people that make a lot of money there are B2B SaaS marketers. So
SaaS marketer will just twizzle my frivolets. I feel like I could be a SaaS ambassador, whatever the fuck he said. SaaS monitor, is that what he said? I got the SaaS. So that's something I could easily do. Twizzle my giblets.
For anybody who's not familiar with that, B2B means business to business, SaaS means software as a service. So let's say that you sell, for example, like your job probably has some software you use to like, well, definitely has some software you use for like managing all your employees, for like payroll and all that type of shit. And you know, when you log in and you need to get your tax documents at the end of the year, like ADP is the big one there. So the lifetime value of those contracts, so I don't know how much ADP shit costs, but it's probably whatever, $50 per employee per year, something like that. And so if you have 100 employees, that's $5,000 a year, and you're never going to switch that out really, because why would you? So
once automated.
Yeah. And it's a pain in the, like you don't want to switch that out. So once they get you, you're basically paying them $5,000 a year forever.
Yes. Quite. He's revealed his true colors as a bitter, boring businessman. That's some good alliteration there too.
For something that requires very minimal effort on their part. Like they build the product once and they sell it to anybody. So there's a lot of people. So the lifetime value, let's say the average company lasts for 10 years and they're paying you $5,000 a year. That means the average value of a customer for this software.
Now I'm going to be looking at every big YouTuber. Like, are they really this guy underneath their skin? Like, are they really just another like highly calculated businessman who like is just in it for the grift? Like, I'm going to be second guessing all my YouTubers that I watch now, as to what their intentions are. I mean, like, yeah, it's you know, it's nice to make money doing something you like doing, but like this guy's gone full on, like he's just like a little mini Elon Musk over here, man. He's got it all fucking figured out. World of business. Dobus, doing business, from the Tim and Eric $1 billion movie. Dobus. That was such a fucking hilarious movie.
Is $50,000. So
you said that's Keemstar in a nutshell. Yeah, man. I'm surprised that guy hasn't given up, because like having to constantly keep up with all the fucking latest drama on YouTube, what a fucking pain in the ass of a job that would be. And then the LolCal podcast, I know he's making money off of that.
You know, if on LinkedIn, you know, you sell this software and you spend a few hours talking to people, let's say you spend in total like 40 hours closing one of these deals.
Should we be paying him for this, by the way? Is he giving us his important trade secrets? I feel like we need to you know, go on LinkedIn and pay him for this priceless advice he's giving us.
Yeah.
40 hours to close a contract that is likely to be worth $50,000 over the lifetime of it. Pretty great deal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So that's sort of the second category of people I'd say that do really well on LinkedIn, is people that sell like B2B SaaS.
And like
B2B SaaS. B2B SaaS. All right, here's the game. Bed and bath SaaS. It's, excuse me. It's basically bed and breakfast SaaS. You get woken up every morning by a big, gay, sassy man named Josh. So I come in and I go, wake up, honey. The bacon's getting cold and there's plenty of sass to go around. B&B SaaS is the only way you make money on LinkedIn.
Set it and forget it almost.
My name is Tammy Gunderson, by the way.
Almost, because like once it's up and ready to go, like you may do some like back end, like you know, troubleshooting when somebody has an issue, but other than that, like you're not on calls every day talking to these companies, really.
Pretty much.
Do you have any
some
kind of
support
like
tickets and stuff pretty much set up?
Do you offer any kind of like a passive income like that, where like somebody can buy something from you and it's just like a like online course or something that they can refer to?
No, I don't have any courses now. I might do that. The reason I don't have a course now is mostly because with the work I do, I think the details matter so much that I really want to be able to give people like individual attention. Meaning, so like when I'm sure people ask you questions all the time about, you know, growing an Instagram or whatever. Yeah. And the specific details matter so much. It's like, well,
Right.
the reason why this video didn't do well for you is because like the first 5 seconds were a little bit too slow. You didn't hook them in the first 5 seconds. You should have said it. You should have said this in this way. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
it's like you want to be able to give people that kind of really specific individual feedback.
Right.
Which you
Can't
just
do
can't.
blanket advice.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with courses.
Mhm.
And I might do one someday, but for now, I really like being able to give people that like individual attention.
So are you helping people? You're helping people grow on YouTube and LinkedIn, right?
Yeah.
Or is it just YouTube? Okay.
Yeah.
So
kind
is
of
it,
depends on your goals, kind of which one of those
Yeah.
might be right for you.
and is it just any like industry, any kind of like niche or anything like that? Or is there anything you're just focused on specifically?
I would say the people I do my best work with tend to be kind of half creative, half technical, because like that's my background. So like product designers, product managers, you know, SaaS founders, you know, user researchers, anybody kind of in that world. Like if you work on product of some kind, you know, in a sort of half creative, half technical role, that's
kiss my ass.
Best work for you.
B&B
I'm
SaaS,
open
you
to
can kiss
anybody.
my ass.
I don't want you to give away the farm here or anything like that, but I know you said that we can't like, there's not really blanket, you know, tips or anything like that, but do you have like maybe like 1 or 2 big tips for somebody trying to create content on YouTube?
All right, hold on, guys. Any fellow YouTubers here? He's about to give us some B&B SaaS, kiss my ass. So keep your ear holes open. I'm gonna be listening. What advice do you have for me, Penis Fingers? That's his new name, by the way. It's Dick Fingers or Penis Fingers, whichever one you want.
Like something they could do to change up or to like get a bigger audience, I guess.
I have a feeling that Finn is going to say the N-word any moment. He's just sitting there with his dead-eyed stare, and he's just like, he just says it. Like, whoa, okay.
Yeah, so I mean, it depends. First of all, like what your goal is, sort of what your business model is. So if you are trying to, if your business model is like ours, which I would say is like an entertainment channel, your business model is going to be based primarily on AdSense and brand deals, and you know, there's going to be some other stuff, but those are kind of be the 2 big ones. And so your goal,
he is gray. He's not even a white guy, dude. He's like a different like ethnicity. Like he's a gray. He's an alien. He's a fucking thin white duke, the David Bowie era guy, the pale white duke.
there is to get as many views as you can. And so the way I would think about that is that the amount of views that any video is going to get is going to be a product of 2 things. Number one is, so I think topic is the most important thing. Of course, title and thumbnail and stuff like that's important too, but topic is the number one thing.
I agree with that. If you have I've said this to many people outside of the YouTube sphere when I'm explaining what I'm doing. I tell them, I'm like, dude, just getting the fucking idea. Like, if someone were to like look at my channel and give me like 15 great ideas, like that, just that in and of itself, that in and of itself is fucking worth its weight in gold. Just having the fucking idea is like, that's a lot of times that's like the hardest part, is thinking of ideas. Like, I have a note on my phone where I log all my ideas. So here's some that I have waiting in the wings that may become a video. They'll just come to me at random points of the day, and I'll be like, oh shit, that's a good idea. I'll write it down. So number 1, check music news sites in all caps, because I every now and then I'll just troll the music news sites like Loudwire or whatever, to see if there's anything that's noteworthy in the news. But number 2 is Hulk Rules album, like Hulk Hogan's album that he made. But, you know, I guess kind of like Finn McKenty was saying, I made one on Macho Man Randy Savage's rap album, and I feel like that I feel like that video didn't do great, so it made me not really super stoked to do the Hulk album. Because, you know, with my videos, I put a lot of, like, work. I put a lot of editing. I'm throwing up a lot of visual examples and all that. And I don't want to do all that work if I feel like, you know, not as many people is going to watch it. Singers Notoriously Under the Influence live was going to be one for a while that I was going to do, but I just kind of abandoned it. I'm still kind of trying to collect more people. So far I have Post Malone, Tom DeLonge, Lane Staley, Scott Stack, and Marilyn Manson. I still think that's a good idea. I'll probably do that one eventually. See, this is a stupid idea that I would never do on my channel. What was that weird optical media input in on HD TVs? That's an idea, because I was like, well, what is it? I'm curious. I want to do research. I want to share this information with other people. How Clear Channel ruined radio. That, you know, that might be something I do. Enhanced CDs. I like that idea. You know, like the compact discs that were enhanced. I'd have to compile a list of it, because I know there was a lot of enhanced CDs that came out back in the day. Be a man, Hogan. Yeah. That song was fucking hilarious. I was going to do, I think for my 10th anniversary video, I was going to do like a takedown video of myself. I might do that. I don't know. The many failed shows of Channel Awesome. Because there's been a lot of them, but I don't know. That might be a live stream idea. Artists who accidentally died. All I have is like Sophia and Jeff Buckley. And I don't mean by drug overdose. I mean like very accidental. Like Jeff Buckley drowned in a river, and Sophie like fell off the top of her third story apartment because she was trying to take a picture of the moon and she wasn't paying attention. Like, that to me is like really crazy. Like artists that like for all intents and purposes could have lived another 60 years but just died in a stupid way. What the hell was adult contemporary? Because yeah, that was a big category in the 90s of music, and you know it is in your core, but if you were to ask to describe adult contemporary, it's like, well, what exactly is that? What was that music genre? See, with the celebrities who accidentally died, I tried to rule out like plane crashes, because like, I don't know, like it's not like unique enough, because like so many artists have died in planes, which makes me that much more stoked about flying. But yeah, I don't know. How'd James Taylor accidentally die? Cliff was in that bus accident, so that's kind of like car related. Enya died? How did Enya die? Oh, now you're just making up shit. Kenny G's still alive, motherfucker. Best and worst movie soundtracks. I did a video similar. It was called great songs that were only found on movie soundtracks. That was one of the first videos I made. It was like maybe video number 10 or 11. And I think I did a really good job at that video, but it was when I first started my channel, so of course it got shit for views. James Taylor is still alive too. You guys are just fucking trolling me. I was gonna do, the two biggest pop artists right now, Chappell Roan and Sabrina Carpenter, and I do a review, but I don't know. They kind of been around long enough now to where I think that video would be a little stale. How the Juggalo movement continues. I think that's so there are these offshoot rappers that are stemming off from ICP, and they're gaining success, like a lot of like underground success, like 200,000 monthly listeners on Spotify type shit. Like one of my girlfriend's favorite artists is this guy named Ouija Mac, and he's a fucking Juggalo rapper, and he sucks. And she loves this guy, and she doesn't even she knows who ICP is, but she doesn't fuck with their music. And my mind's a little blown away by that. someone posted in my Discord the other day, there was like a country, like redneck juggalo rapper. And there's just all these offshoots from juggalos. Like, it's crazy. Jelly Roll was a juggalo rapper. That does not surprise me whatsoever. Oh yeah, a video I know I'm gonna do. The CD already came in and everything. So this CD came out in 2001, and apparently it only sold well in Europe. It's called Urban Renewal, and it's basically like a bunch of hip hop and R&B artists of like the time, all covering Phil Collins songs. It's like 15 different artists that were all like big at that time, and they're all doing Phil Collins covers. And I'm like, what the fuck? That is an insane idea, and yeah, definitely gonna be covering that. Yeah, so you get the fucking point. I've read enough of my fucking ideas here. All right, Philly C can ride a hook. Yeah, man. Juggalos are really friendly people, though. Debonair Nerd, worst Saturday Night Live performances by bands or solo artists. Saturday Night Live is just way too controlling of their IP, so I probably wouldn't go there with them because they're like fucking, they will strike down anything that has a sniff of their DNA in there. So like I probably wouldn't fuck with that, but all right, let's finish this shit.
And it's going to be a product of, number one, how many people know about the topic. That determines the total potential audience for the thing. And then how much do people care about that topic is sort of the second part of that. And so we can use a couple examples of this. Like, let's say Pepperidge Farms cookies. Everybody knows what those are, right?
Right.
People don't really care that much about it, though. So that would be kind of
piss
tough.
off the Pepperidge Farm family right now.
So, I mean, who knows? Maybe somebody has a video about Pepperidge Farms and millions of views, but that'll be a little bit.
I can tell you, Company Man, that YouTube channel, Company Man, guarantee he does videos of like that shit all the time, and he's got like over 1 million subscribers. Like, I think like his first big video was like the downfall of Kmart, but he'll do videos like that, like fucking Cheetos, how did they become so big? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? There are fucking weirdos out there that would watch that Pepperidge Farm video. Like, fuck you talking about?
Tough to well, actually, I'll use a better example. Let's talk about movies. So, romantic comedies. Romantic comedies are a category movie that everybody knows, right? Like, say, Bridget Jones, you know that movie, right? Like,
of course, watch it every night.
Yeah.
How did Justin become so big? Yeah, that would be like an internet deep dive video, I think. I'd probably have to interview him.
I love romantic comedies, but so everybody knows about romantic comedies, but people don't care that much about them. It's very like just casual entertainment, which is the reason why there are.
It's funny, the guy who's saying this is the guy who made so many videos on his channel that I didn't care about, like the new hated bands, Nickelback, Fall Out Boy, and whatever. It's like I don't give a shit about that video. Yeah, Nickelback being the worst band in the world is a dead fucking meme. Like, this guy has made so many videos that I didn't care about. Like, and he's sitting here acting like he knows the secret to like make a successful YouTube channel, and it's like, bro, it boils down to fucking like luck and timing and your skills as an editor. And I mean, there's so many moving pieces. It's like impossible. Like you'd have to write like a very thick book, like a 400-page book of like, this might get you success on YouTube. There's a higher probability you will have success on YouTube if you read this 400-page book. But there's no 30-minute phone call where you're going to be like, hey, you want to start a YouTube channel? Come here. Give me $3,000, first of all. All I care about is money. Yeah. All right. Here are the 3 things you do, and you will have a success. No, that doesn't work that way. I'm sorry. I know I only have 16,000 subscribers, but I got all of those honestly and without bots. So I know a little something about at least breaking past 10K, and it's not. I've had successful videos, and then I tried to repeat that formula, and then the next video was not successful. So, you know, unless you just want to go like those YouTube based podcast routes like Kino Casino or Jim and Them, and just talk about one, hyper focus on one lolcow and just keep making videos about that one. I mean, yeah, that's a pretty instant recipe for success. But then what happens when you want to pivot from that, or you're like, you literally run out of shit to say about that, and you try to pivot to something else, and your audience is like, fuck you, dude. Like, we are not here for anything else you got to talk about. We only are here for you to dump on Corey Feldman. And the moment you try to talk about anything else, like, we're gone. So, I mean, that's a trap. It works in the moment, but it is a fucking trap.
Not very many YouTube channels that talk about romantic comedies.
Yeah.
I'm not aware of any. If there is, I should look for one because I would like to watch that.
Niche, yeah.
But it's weird because it shouldn't be niche, because actually that stuff those were like that was the biggest genre of the 2000s, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I bet romantic comedies is this dude's favorite film genre. Just given everything we know about him now.
So a lot of awareness for the topic, but not a lot of engagement. The flip side of that would be horror movies, which is not the biggest genre, but the people who know about horror care about it a lot. So that's
true,
the reason why there are lots and lots of YouTube channels talking about horror movies, because of that. So that'd be like the number one thing I'd suggest anybody think about for YouTube, is like topic selection is always the most important thing. Like getting back to what you're saying, like Linkin Park, saying literally anything about Linkin Park is going to get more views than saying literally anything about some smaller metalcore band.
Yeah.
Because of those two things. Because with these smaller bands, not that many people even know who they are. Do people care about them? Sometimes not, but there are exceptions. So for example, I would say Lorna Shore is sort of an exception to that. That, or at least was, not to say that people don't care about them now, but there was a time in which they were like, everybody talked about Lorna Shore all the time.
Yeah. Lorna Shore really was like this underground, like metalcore band that, like, I remember all the little, the metal dude bros in the band scene in Florida. Everyone was bouncing on Lorna Shore's cock. I don't know what that was all about.
Like Knocked Loose,
exactly. Not the biggest bands in the world, but the people who know about them care about them a lot. Sort of, anything in the kind of Nick Nocturnal kind of world.
Right.
And also, those things will depend on your audience, because every audience is a little bit different. So your audience might care a lot about action movies, but might not care that much about horror movies, or vice versa. So I think when you're starting out, it's definitely good to sort of look at what other people are doing. And
if I pulled my dong out right now and started peeing, which I have to do you think I could arch it into my mouth? Type Y if you think yes, type N if you think no. Like if you believe my stream is strong enough to arch backwards into my mouth, I just want to see something real quick in the chat.
Say copy it, but sort of borrow from it.
Yeah.
But you gotta, like, what works for them might not necessarily work for you.
Yeah, you just gotta make it your own.
Bumbaclot is banned.
I mean, it's like you could be inspired by content just way someone's inspired by music or any other kind of art,
Right.
You can see it. And then plus the blueprints right there is like, okay, this video got 1 million views. It worked for this person.
All right. It's good to see that my chat's still based as fuck.
So like, how can I do this with my own take, like my own spin on it?
But it might not work for you. For example, there are plenty of videos about Suicide Boys that have millions of views.
Mm-hmm.
I did one about Suicide Boys, which I think was really good. But my audience doesn't give a fuck about them. So that video did not do very well for me.
Right. They want to hear you talk about butt rock and new metal. They don't want to hear you talk about Suicide Boys. Yeah,
exactly. Because Suicide Boys are only 10 years old. So that's way too new for them.
Yeah, I
Oh.
do notice that. Like,
Damn, what a sassy little bitch this guy is.
you know, I'll post about a band that like maybe something more of the indie realm. You know, I like a lot of indie music. You know, if I post about that, like nothing, like no traction on that because like my audience really just wants to hear me talk about rock, metal, metalcore, new metal, all that stuff, you know, like that, which I love that as well. But yeah, it's funny. It's like you kind of get yourself boxed into these genres that you didn't even mean to initially. Like I'm sure that probably happened to you in the beginning. Like you started making these videos and like, oh shit, I guess I'm just making about scene and pop punk now.
Yeah, which is fine, you know, whatever, as long as something's working.
As long as I'm making money,
it's working. But yeah, people are going to have very narrow expectations of you. For example, do you know the game Genshin Impact by any chance?
I don't know.
It's like,
don't you hate when you jerk off your wiener and you jizz? And maybe you don't like clean yourself up good enough, and then like the jizz like hardens at the tip of your pee hole, and you forget about it. And then you go to pee later on, and it literally goes in like 3 different directions, and none of the directions are like into the toilet. And you're at your friend's house, and you just leave the piss there. Don't you hate it when that happens? It's really annoying. And the reason why you have that dried jizz is because your friend's the one who jerked you off. Don't you hate it when that happens? Don't you hate it when that happens? Don't you hate it when that happens? I only say shit like this when I get bored. That's how you know I'm getting bored, is I start just talking out of my head.
Like a very popular, you know, kind of role-playing game.
Okay.
My wife plays it. She's like addicted to it. And then there's another game called Honkai Star Rail that's like the sister game. Anyway, so there's like a couple people on YouTube that she watches that will make videos about this game that do really well. Whenever they make a video about Genshin, it does great. If they make a video about literally any other game, even one that's like very closely related, it bombs because people only want them to do Genshin content.
Yeah.
And that's just sort of the nature of the beast. You just have to accept that, like, you don't get to decide.
Dude, remember that guy in the chat said his load smelled bad? I have some kind, I don't know if that's like a implanted memory or if that really happened, but I vaguely remember someone saying that, and that was very traumatizing for me. And that was probably Justin, bro, to be honest, because there's no way this load doesn't smell like a tonsil stone. Just saying.
What your audience cares about.
Right. Yeah, if the goal is to make money at the end of the day, like you've got to make something that people want to watch. You know, you have to.
Yeah, when you like that many anime games, like you definitely are attracted to younger women that are underage.
Make a product that people enjoy and are entertained by.
Like, do you think Loudwire wants to write about fucking, you know, David Lee
Corey
Roth
Taylor.
and Corey Taylor and fucking Def Leppard, or like, do you think they want to be writing about? Of course not.
Yeah. Which, for everyone listening, please stop making the "What does Corey Taylor think?" comments. It's the joke is so not funny anymore.
Yeah, it's not funny.
Like, it was stopped being funny like 5 years ago. Then it got funny 3 years ago again.
Oh, so they're both gatekeeping what is and isn't funny these days. Now, what would Corey Taylor? What does Corey Taylor think? That still has some gas in the tank. Not a lot of gas, but it still has some gas to where if I read that comment, I would go tee-hee. Like, I would think that was kind of funny. So who the fuck are you to tell me that they're both telling me, Josh, it's not funny, so don't you dare laugh at it, you know? Like fuck you, man. Fuck you. Fuck you. Don't tell me what to. Fuck you. Sorry to go off the handle there, Chad. I just got really triggered by that.
Retro, and then no, it's not.
It's never gonna get funny again. It's done.
Yeah, it's dead, man. Kill it. Well, dude, it's been so good chatting with you in real life.
No, it hasn't.
Kind of here.
No, it hasn't. It sucked.
Did you have any more plugs before we get out of here? Any more stuff you want to get out about the Finn McKenty brand?
Not really. You know, if anybody here, you know, if there's got to be someone out here, you know, that's in the SaaS world, and if you are, you know,
SaaS?
me on LinkedIn.
Did somebody just say SaaS? I'm in the SaaS world. B&B SaaS. You can kiss my ass. B&B SaaS. Yeah. SaaS. Right here. Right the fuck now. My name is Tammy Gunderson. I'll whip my tits out for you. I'll suck you with sass. And that is my final offer, Your Honor.
That's I actually I'm much more interested and knowledgeable
Jesus
about
Christ.
SaaS than I am music. So if you like SaaS, hit me up.
Oh, I love SaaS. Oh my God, I'm about to make a video composite where I'm Tammy Gunderson and I'm talking to you about SaaS. And you're telling me you love SaaS, and I'm giving you SaaS back out the ass.
If you've liked his
Holy
metalcore video,
shit.
you'll love his opinion about SaaS.
Exactly.
Are you on Blue Sky yet? Did you try that one yet?
No.
Yeah.
Fuck no. Like, no.
So I got it just because I didn't want some bot to claim my username.
They can take mine. Yeah.
Fit McKenty's available on
Go
Blue
for
Sky.
it. Yeah.
So you don't think it's important?
Bro, Sue's like, these are two annoying F words. By that you mean frail people. No, I'm just joking. So pretentious. I bet Finn's portfolio is as special. Casey Neistat obnoxious. I think this Jesse Lee guy is like aspires to like. Well, I don't think I pretty much know that this Jesse Lee guy fucking aspires to be the next Finn McKenty. He's probably 10 years younger than him because Finn's like pushing 50. He's like 48 years old. He's 10 years older than I. Or shit, no, he's 46. He's 10 years older than I. He was born in 1978. Honestly, I think 1978 would be a pretty sick year to be born in because, like, you're 20 by, 98? No. Well, yeah, because then you're a teenager in the 90s. And I just think that would have been the best time to have been a teenager. So much cool shit happened in the 90s. God, I gotta pee.
To be on every platform then?
Well, I mean, it depends it depends. I mean, what you did is smart. Like, yes, you should at least grab your handle everywhere because you don't want somebody else to take it. But it's just, you can't be active on every platform.
Oh, yeah.
It's not possible. So you gotta, until eventually maybe you can have a team and have them help you run it. But then like, that's a whole other conversation.
Yeah.
But if you're one person, you got to pick one platform and really optimize for you can probably do a really good job on one platform and an okay job on one more, and that's about it.
Yeah.
So
just
you got to
All right,
presence.
shitballs. I was trying to wait for the end of this, but I got to fucking piss. BRB. Hello, Fresh. You run. Kind of surprised I hit that initial note. It all went downhill from there, but kind of nailed that first one. I must be in a weird mood tonight. I actually washed my hands after I pissed just then. Weird times. Speaking of grifting, not one super chat tonight, you fucking cheap bastards. I spent my Saturday night doing this shit right here. Can't even give me a shekel. A Canadian cent. You can't give me a loony, a toonie, or a dooney. You can't give me a farthing, fucking a quid. No quid. Anyway.
On the rest of them. Kinda.
Yeah, you just got to pick the one that you really care about. As far as Blue Sky goes, like the people who are on there are all like terminally online woke people who hate me. So the last fucking thing I ever want to do is fucking interact with those people and have them call me horrible names more than they
fair.
already do.
Yeah, it's weird. The Blue Sky feed is just literally like it's just people talking about how awesome Blue Sky is. Like it's almost like it's like a bot like app or something. Like I don't see any actual content on there. It's just people like, man, Blue Sky is so cool. I've gained thousands of followers this week. Like
they're all gonna get tired of it in a fucking week. You know, it's
just
whatever.
like
Dude, Finn is ejaculating right now for like an extended period of time. That is unprofessional. They both are.
Yeah, and Mastodon and like what I mean, or if it doesn't, cool, good for them. I don't give a shit. But like, you know, it's all the like super left-wing people that don't like Twitter anymore because of Elon, and those are the last fucking people on the planet I want to interact with. So no thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, super liberal people are getting more and more annoying as time has gone on. I've noticed. I started out liberal when I was a youth. When around the Barack Obama era, I was very much like, I'm a liberal, bro. And as time's gone on, man, just shit's changed so much that it's just like harder and harder for me to say. Now I don't even call myself a liberal anymore. I just say I'm independent, which I like to think that like everyone should be independent-minded in the way they think, right? You shouldn't just subscribe to a preconceived set of ideologies that are laid out for you. That seems pretty robotic to me. But yeah, I've heard that Blue Sky is just full of a bunch of woke dumbasses, so I shan't be joining that. I literally cannot handle one more social media app, dude. Like, I'm done.
So go follow Finn on LinkedIn, find him on YouTube, go claim his handle on Blue Sky and impersonate him, cosplay as Finn.
Please do.
And for everyone listening to this, if you enjoy this episode, please share it with somebody that doesn't suck. All right? Take it easy now, and bye-bye.
Well, all right. That was boring. That was boring as fuck. I'm big now. Shit. All right. Whatever. Dude's a charlatan. He sucks. Grifter. I mean, I'm only kind of a grifter. I care about what I do. I'm doing this because it's fun. Not gonna lie though, I lost a gig this month, a karaoke gig, so I only have 2 gigs a week. Supposed to be getting a third one in January, but the YouTube ad revenue has definitely helped out. Not even gonna no cap there, bro. Who the fuck's out there saying Duval? You been stalking me? Only someone from Jacksonville would know to type it like that too. It's fine, it's a big city, you don't know where I'm at. And even if you do, you might be a cool person to hang out with. I'm not that freaked out. Because I'm not a hot girl on the internet. Because if I was a hot girl on the internet, I think I'd be more freaked out. But yeah, you know, surprisingly, nobody has been creepy to me. Pretty much the whole time I've been on YouTube. No one's ever tried to sexually send me anything. I know. I can't believe it either. Why? I'm so hot. Oh, first super chat, and it's a whopper. $19.99 from loving the streams. Glad that I could catch one. Keep it up, man. Thank you. Jacksoffville, you mean? Well, I do a lot of jacking off in Jacksonville. Fucking. All right, gang. Well, 904. Oh my God, you know my area code. Where are you at in my house right now? I'm getting my fucking pepper spray. Where are you at in my house? Just give me a 20-second heads up, head start, whatever. I know a lot of girls in Jacksonville. All right, guys. Well, Dad's here. You know, like what's next? What? Let's let the chat decide. Throw out some suggestions. I had plans, and there was a miscommunication, and so now I'm live streaming on a Saturday. I normally don't do that. So okay, Mike Matei drunk stream. This was brought up last night. Let's see if I can find this. Would this be on YouTube? Would this happen to be on YouTube? We're in your toilet water waiting for your next pee. I fucking knew it, you creepy little perverted degenerates. All right. Let's see, yeah. Is it worth it, bro? Is this worth it? Is this gonna be boring? People keep recommending it, so it can't be that bad. Oh, it's only 4 minutes long? It's kind of boring, someone says. I kind of want to, like, screen this before I throw it up on here for everyone else to see. Okay, he sounds pretty stupid. Yeah, it's 4 minutes. Whatever. We'll give it a looky-loo. Could probably harvest some of Film Trek's shit too, I would imagine. Don't you love how I just default to Bimmy because that's like my comfort zone? Bimmy's my safety blanket here. I would watch an episode of Demo Reel, but I'm saving that for its own separate stream probably next week. Doesn't he get racist and homophobic on it? Well, fuck, I hope so. That would be entertaining. Oh, Film Trek does want to collaborate with me. Well, he sure had a funny way of showing it when I tried to ask him how I get in touch with him. He's like a deer running into the forest.
Why did Finn McKenty stop up?
Shut up. We are not watching that again. I'm not going to hurt you guys again with that one. Oh, God. I might be gay. Waiting for the test results to see if I'm gay. I might be gay, yeah. Waiting for the test results to see if I am gay, yeah. Oh, there he is in the top upper right-hand screen there, okay. Mike Matai's stream here. Or Matt Matai, if you want to listen to that unfunny hack comic from that roast last night. Oh, video on Silvermania. When? Oh, yeah, that might be a pretty good idea. I'm going to put that in my ideas folder. Because he had his own bullshit thing going on. Yeah, that might deserve its own, like, edited episode on my main video section. But stupid shit like this, I will gladly just live stream it. Because I'm not making a dedicated video where I'm like putting work into editing this crap. All right, let's see what this is like.
The internet. I've seen it all. Impress me.
Impress me.
Impress me, internet.
Impress me.
You can't. Oh!
That's honestly, that's my only tell that I'm drunk is when I start slurring my words. Because my personality doesn't really change, but the words will definitely start slurring. I don't know. If you watch the very beginning of the stream and you watch it now, you probably notice my mood is like lifted a little bit. Because the alcohol is kicking in.
We're going up the ladder. You're gonna fucking be like, ooh, Mike fucking said something stupid when he was playing Mario Brothers.
Bro, I fucking live for the alcohol lift. Are you kidding me? It's like I fucking live for that feeling. It's like, my whole day I felt like shit, and then you just, I can finally like feel like a human again. Yeah, I'm a functioning alcoholic. I've never hid that fact from anyone.
Wow, cool. You guys are fucking the best. Exactly. Amy Nicole says, "You rock, Mike." Thank you, Amy Nicole. See, Amy Nicole knows
Bro, he is feeling no pain right now. Holy shit. That motherfucker is drunk.
what's up. And she knows that if I shoot a fireball at the fire flower, that fire flower's fucked. Wow. It's becoming Dr. Seuss.
This is kind of boring. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I don't really want to watch the rest of this. I had to quit drinking because of a job. I haven't drank in 4 weeks. That's great, dude. Your liver probably thanks you. It is like so hard for me to get up in the afternoon because I go to bed at like stupidly late hours. And being a YouTuber makes that much easier to have even more unconventional hours where normal people just can't relate to you anymore because you don't have even remotely the same sleep schedule as they do. But bro, I will lay in bed for like 2 hours when I wake up because I'm just like, I'm tired. Even though I slept for like 7 hours or so, like alcohol sleep does not equal sober sleep. Like every 3 hours of drunk sleep you get is equal to 1 sober hour of sleep. I swear to God. Like I'll wake up after 7 hours of like drunk sleep and just lay in bed for like another 2 hours before I even get the fuck up. And even when I get up, I have this like brain fog and very low motivation, and like it takes me a solid like 4 or 5 hours to saying it out loud sounds pretty fucking pathetic. Good God. It takes me a while to reacclimate to the world, I guess. I think if I had a 9-to-5 job, like it would help me with my drinking because like you know, I wouldn't have the temptation to get fucked up at night because it's like, well, I have to work in the morning, and who the fuck wants to wake up feeling hungover and not having the luxury of sleeping in? But fuck a 9-to-5 job. I'm not going to say I'll never do one, but I will try my hardest to never have to work one of those. But what if he gets racist in the next minute or so? That's a good point. I don't know. He's so like sparse in the things he's saying.
I'm here.
I guess we'll see.
Are you guys a fan
In the meantime, someone think of something else for us to watch because this isn't doing it for me.
of Dr. Seuss? I would like to have all the Dr. Seuss books, but I do not. Nah, she don't.
I like that idea, Jordy. We're going to do that. Hopefully I don't get copyright striked. I probably will, but I don't know if I think I can just go in and scrub the song out after.
Amy Nicole doesn't know anything. Amy Nicole knows all of it. Shut up.
Amy Nicole knows all of it. He sounds like a fucking doofus. Why would he do
What?
this?
Fan of monkey cheese. Okay, there's so. My live streams must be like insane because I've got people talking to me about like so many fucking things. Oh fuck. Okay. If I could just concentrate on the game, that'd be nice. Okay. Mario Brothers. We're floating.
Okay, so I just checked on that video that I did, and yes, I would like to watch it, but it's got like 3 or 4 copyright strikes on it because I didn't realize at the time, like, you can include a copywritten song in your video, but it's literally like 6 seconds and not a second longer, or it will get flagged. And I didn't know that rule when I first made my YouTube channel a million years ago. And I've got songs that play out for like 40 seconds, just like stupidly long amounts of time that like you would clearly get like struck for. So I don't want to have to deal with that bullshit after I finish this stream. Not that I think these streams bring in all that much ad revenue just from like the ads themselves. It mainly comes from the super chats, but I don't know. It's just something that I'm not wanting to deal with. Where's it?
Yeah, see? Okay. Let's just concentrate on the game.
Dude, this sucks. This is a sucky video. All right, I'm gonna find something. I'm gonna find something. Let's talk about sass. Let's talk about sass, baby. Let's talk about you and me. B&B, sass, ass, sass, ass, sass. Oh, there's a new Flea Market Madness. It was released three hours ago. Let's look at let's see what Pat Contry finds at the flea market, shall we? Shan't we? You got ass, I got sass. Ass, sass, ass, sass. No, I don't want to open up the fucking Elgato bunghole. Do you guys know what song this drum break is from as I'm waiting for the video to download? Hey! Blister Exists. It's a Slipknot song. I don't know if it's Blister Exists, but I think it could be. No, Bumba Clot got it close enough. Close enough. We've done this game before on this live stream. This is the easiest one right here. Damn, no one yet? Yeah, you got Download Sickness. Man, Bumbleclot must be the music fan in the group here. All right. That flea market is Spring Valley, San Diego. I used to go there. Met the mom of some dude from Storage Wars. Sold me those Burger King Pokeball gold-plated cards. Yeah, I had those things too. For like 15 for $10. Can you peel that? Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. Audacity's like... The audacity, let go of my tits, 'cause you're hurting them. You can't control me. When you walk away from the door, you got anxiety in my leash. Walking up the door, so bad, so I mean. Pat Contry, show me the punk effect in person. The punk effect, yeah. Gay. I'm getting like manic right now, slightly a little bit. You think so, chat? A little manic. Well, no, Raining Blood is. And then horrible vocals come in because their vocalist kind of sucks. Kitty from lack of super chats. You goddamn right. A couple of Mr. Scrooge's miserly bastards in here tonight. And yet, look, Finn McKenty, I'm still streaming. Even though I'm not getting any super chats. It's almost like this is fun for me or something, and the money isn't why I'm doing it. Wow, weird, crazy, huh?
It's 7 a.m. and here I am once again at the flea market. But I haven't found a really good deal in years. I don't know why I put myself through this. Maybe I should just go back home and go to sleep. Yeah, I'll do that. What the hell?
His name is Pat, and he buys crap every Saturday and Sunday. You know where's that? Take a guess, it's Flea Market Madness.
He's up and down, all over the town, searching far and wide for the best deal around.
Oh, that's a second verse. I'm not...
With Flea Market Madness. From toys and trains to comics and games.
What is this? This is the I didn't know there was an extended version of the theme song. Holy shit. Pat thinks he's so good at writing jingles, bro. He's like, oh, I'm pretty good jingle writer. Bro, he is getting fat again. Like, man, I saw his pot. You see in his face, his cheeks are like this. These are his cheeks. What he looks like. I've never talked like this, but my voice sounds interesting. Like this. Wow, that's cool. Tweaking, bro.
He'll never ever look at flea markets the same. His name is Pat, and he buys crap every Saturday and Sunday. You'll know where he's at. Take a guess.
Oh, is this the extended clip? Because this is like episode number 50. Oh yeah, I think this is I think he was saying this is the last episode of arguably the best thing that Pat's ever done on YouTube. And I'm not saying it's like an amazing like show or whatever, but like out of everything Pat has done, this is the most entertaining thing he has to offer, which isn't saying a lot at all. Yeah, I think this is the last episode of this show. I mean, I get that you don't want to like go to flea market. I mean, there's really nothing to get game-wise from flea markets anymore. I'm telling you, man, I'm hitting with the CD hunting shit that I do when I'm doing like the POV, whatever the hell, or I have someone film me. I'm tapping into something with that because nobody gives a fuck about CDs. You can find them everywhere. They're cheap as dirt. Like, I think I'm onto something with that. I literally had someone message me. I don't know if you guys saw my buying CDs in 2024 video where I go to Walmart, Best Buy, FYE. Someone messaged me. They're like, bro, I'd just be careful if I were you, bro, because, like, that's, you're blowing up the spot, man. Like, everyone's going to start buying CDs now and the prices are going to inflate because of your video, bro. And I'm just like, dude, shut the fuck up. No, they're not. That would be fucking hilarious if people started buying CDs again en masse, like that somehow became in vogue again. Like, oh yeah, I got to get the CD. Like, bro, give it another maybe 10 years. And maybe CDs will be cool again, but I fucking doubt it. Big CD is gonna come for you, bro.
It's Flea Market Madness. Oh yes, it's Flea Market Madness.
And me, Frank.
And me, Frank, Pat's gay lover, but he won't admit it because he's ashamed of me.
It's my 50th time out here. Let's make it a good one. We start with too many Mad Men DVDs and worthless Beanie Babies. Someone once thought they'd retire on these, just like me in Black Box games.
Oh God, the Beanie Baby thing. Holy hell. Oh, I have another cringe video where I can show off my Beanie Baby collection. It was a video I made a billion years ago. I might cue that one up next. Yeah, man, we all fell for that trap. At least if you're a millennial, you fucking did. Like, God, we had so many of those fucking things. And then the retired Beanie Babies, and they all turned out to be worth a whole lot of fuck all. Yeah, you can't give those fucking things away, sadly. Where's that? Hold on, sorry. I'm looking for that episode of mine that I did. I know it was fucking early on. Where's it the fuck at? It was like my childhood nostalgia, wasn't it? Omnicord, Mega Man X2, Dreamcast. Retro advertisements. Damn. Where the fuck should I, mate? All right, well, oh, I might have hid that video because I thought it sucked. Fair enough. Whatever. Find something else.
Oh, I love these pieces.
Aren't they fun?
Someone collected all these? Wow.
Can I just ask a question to chat? Why do you think Pat like doesn't have like at least a steady girlfriend at this point? Because it's not like he's like above talking about his personal life on the podcast, because he's done it many times. Like he's in his like what, mid 40s? Like why does he not have a girlfriend or a wife at this point? I think it's because Pat's probably like on the insufferable side personally. And he probably has like he's probably got really like high expectations of whoever like comes into his life, but like man, like I think at his age I'd really be starting to think about like settling down and like having a life partner, cuz like you ain't getting any younger or thinner. Yeah, thank you, B40, the Billy Squire video. Yeah, that was a fun one to put together. I was really proud of that thumbnail. I put a lot of work into that, and it did pretty good. Got pretty good views. I was happy with that one. Yeah, I totally fucking. I think I hid that video. Oh God, I did another video that I unlisted, or no. I am so lost in the sauce right now. Okay, yeah, here it is. Oh, the video's blocked. That's why it's not showing up. The video I made. Why was it blocked? Oh, because I used Unsolved Mysteries. Trim out segment. That's gonna take forever. That's fine. Trim it out. Yeah, I used the opening theme song to Unsolved Mysteries in that video in one portion, and that video got blocked. All right, whatever. Oh, he is definitely not husband material. Yeah, I agree. I don't think so either. Those airplane pictures are kind of sweet, not gonna lie. He leaves his girlfriend in bed to go, yeah, flea market shop. Right, that's kind of a. He's too good looking for women, clearly. I mean, to be honest, when he was like had shorter hair and wasn't as like chubby, I mean, he was still weird looking, but he wasn't a bad looking guy. I could have seen him bagging some cooch. Well, yeah, clearly Pat is in a relationship with his roommate Frank, but yeah, actually, that's probably why he doesn't have a girlfriend. Dude, where's your wife? Where's your family? Blows vape smoke in Pat's face. Exactly. I alpha dogged him. Now I'm alpha dogging you, bitch. Watch my stream. Give it a like. Give it a thumbs up. Anyone could beat Pat up. All right, that took a random direction, but yeah, probably so. Yeah, Pat got the limp wrist vibe. Was that something happened Pat's life that made him hide in his NES bubble? Gray helmet. Yeah, I think Pat's dad being a pedophile, alleged pedophile, probably didn't do him any favors. Almost makes you wonder what his childhood was like. That's all I'm gonna say.
Little aviation art.
Speaking of Beanie Babies, well, at least you can recycle these. I'm too lazy to look up whether Ace Combat 5 or Hot Shots Golf 3 is worth anything. Likely not. Whoa, Bakugan Battle Brawlers! That's an extremely rare Wii game! Just kidding. Not off to a great start. I had this Punisher comic as a kid. Got it in a Toys R Us multi-pack bundle that they used to sell.
Oh, those sweeties. What are their names?
Lila, the little turd, and then Pretzel Dog, that's Ophelia.
Ophelia and Delilah.
Delilah, yes.
There's an At Games Genesis being strangled by cords next to a knockoff NES classic. Is PS4 now retro? How long have I been coming out to these? Is there anything left out here to find? There's nothing. Nothing that I want. It's garbage. Oh, an NES.
Morning. How much is your Nintendo? 60. Do you have any games for it?
One game inside.
One game inside? Super Mario 3?
No.
Why is he asking about a fucking NES? I mean, I guess he needs something interesting for the video, but like what? Like he owns probably like 17 of those. Like why is he trying to get another one? And yeah, 60's pretty steep for an old NES that you don't even know if it works. And I also love how his green screen reactions where he's like, I love how it's of Pat when he was actually like in shape and like 15 years ago, and he just has never updated him. I mean, I guess why would you? But it's just a little weird because he looks nothing like that now.
Controllers? Is it a left bros or a right bros?
Who cares? How you doing?
Bro, I'm just like, this is like the burnt out YouTubers segment apparently, because like Pat's not caring anymore. Finn McKenty doesn't care anymore. Like, where's the passion?
How much on the G.I. Joe? 5.
This is a 12-inch G.I. Joe figure of rock and roll from the early 90s. This was part of the first larger G.I. Joe run that they started putting out again after Hasbro stopped doing it in the 70s. It's probably not worth much, but it's pretty cool. A little cool.
What about on the gumball machine? $5. Do you have the key for it?
Yeah, there's no key because this is not a commercial model, but one you could buy at a store. So it's not too appealing to me. Oh well.
So if it did have a key and it was a commercial model, would Pat want to have a fucking gumball machine in his house at like 45 years old? Like, how much soy shit do you need in your house to like feel complete and like revive your childhood, Pat? God damn, what happened to that kid? That inner kid.
Pass on that, but pick up the Joe figure. The same seller has this Game Boy wallet, but I can't tell if it's authentic or not. Seems a little bootleggy to me. Another thing everyone thought they'd retire on.
I used to collect them when I was a kid, but yeah, not anymore. Do I know this guy?
Hey, it's my pal Colin.
Oh, who's looking at PS4 games 7 o'clock in the morning?
What are you doing out there?
I'm Phil.
Do you think Pat has a real doll or whatever they're called, a real girlfriend? Those $10,000 lifelike dolls that you can fuck and like take selfies with and post on Instagram, be like, not an incel, bro, totally got a girlfriend, bro. Do you think Pat's resorted to that yet?
Filming the 50th episode of Flea Market Madness. How about the WCW cards?
I don't know about those.
You won't give me
a real doll, yeah.
How much on the Ninja Turtles cards? 50?
See? I told you.
I haven't been out since the last time when we,
Father's Day.
with that DuckTales 2.
I haven't seen those games out here maybe once since then, and they're out here today.
They're out here?
We're referring to a seller who was selling counterfeit NES games. Go back and watch the last episode.
What do you got in Super Mario Kart?
65.
65.
$65 on the million seller Super Mario Kart is exactly what it's priced for on eBay.
What do you got in the Super Nintendo?
Let's say 65.
65, so that's the number.
Now, that's a pretty good price, especially since the console has no yellowing.
This is a first version because it has a sticker on it. What do you have in Link's Awakening?
$28.
28.
Not bad for that Zelda Switch game. I bought Skyrim for the 360 about 10 years ago out here. I would have played it by now, but I took an arrow to the knee.
No! It's a Dance Dance Revolution exact case. But the front case is siphon.
The Bog King. I'm saving up for one myself, talking about a real doll. What the fuck? That's awesome. You're my hero. You're my hero, King. You deserve the exact perfect woman made just for you.
Fun filter?
Right.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that's not going to play. How much for this Charlie Brown?
$15.
$1 each. It's a newer one.
Pixel Dan would have spotted that sooner.
Oh, it's missing the shell back.
Everyone has a real doll. I took mine to Thanksgiving. My girlfriend cried, but you can't wash it that much. It'll deflate in value. That's fucking hilarious. I had one of those fuck pussies that you could put on your cock and it was a pussy. I mean, I still have it, but yeah, once you come in that thing, unlike an actual woman, you can't just like send it out of your house and drive away. Like you actually have to, You have to take the thing, pull it out of its case. You got to fucking wash your goo out of it. You have to, it's perverted. You have to grab it and pull it inside out and make sure all your goo's out of it. And then you got to fucking reverse it back and dry it off and put it back in its tube. And it's just so much fucking effort. It's like, you see, you only like, it's fun the first like dozen times, and then you just don't want to like bother anymore with it. And I know it's ironic that I'm saying that I have to pee right when I'm talking about that fleshlight, but I swear to God, that's what I'm gonna go do. I'm not a gooner. Oh God, I'm gonna totally goon. Horny. Oh, man. Oh, God. Gay. What the hell? Cooming is an investment. Yeah, I cranked it out pretty quick, I think.
You got any need for Olympic skater matching Barbie again?
I have the whole set.
Yeah, the whole set.
And all the variants.
Is he your GOAT, Joe Montana?
I didn't watch enough football back then.
4 Super Bowls. Dean Martin's greatest hits. I'll ask Frank if he wants it now. You would hate Dean Martin songs. Not the guy himself. Star Raiders. Wow. This is the one that had the pad, the keypad you can use for it. What do you got on this? How much? Sometimes you'll find a bunch of Christmas stuff in the summer here. Yes. There's the little
it's
guy.
For real. Fucking flea market sadness.
Is this the first edition?
This is the backwards compatible.
It's the hardware backwards compatible? December 2006, you're right.
I found one of these first gen PS3 models some years back. I was with Colin, actually, who told me to pick it up.
Gears of War 2, that's not retro. I'm old as hell.
My flea market madness white whale. An OG Xbox.
How much you got in the Xbox?
20, no, nothing, okay.
20, you don't know if it works? Oh, I don't have an Xbox. Colin, what do you think? Take a gamble?
$20 is a good price.
If it works, would you get it for 20 bucks?
I would.
I have no idea if it works, but
He doesn't play games. Pat Contry doesn't play video games. Why is he buying more crap for his house? Like, holy shit balls. Like, that's, I don't know. I might pull up my Pat the NES Punk video and we can watch that. The Pat the MID Punk.
I have passed over buying one for so many years. I just have to get one. I have to.
You know what, Victor? I've known you a long time. I'll do 20. If you find the controller, let me know. How about this knife? What do you got in the knife? Jeez.
Everybody else, 10. You regular customer, $5.
$5 for the knife. Holy God. Colin, should I go for the knife? Oh my God.
I mean,
you can start killing people for free.
What the hell?
Back massager? Right.
Help yourself all over on your back. Well, we have a vintage Scratch-O-Matic. Hey, how much on the Scratch-O-Matic?
$5, my friend, for you.
$5. All right. Lowenbrow. And Spud McKenzie. Remember Spud McKenzie?
A bunch of trashy beer posters.
You'd find stuff like this on the Seaside Heights Boardwalk in Jersey.
Yes.
Frank.
Yeah.
It's Sunday morning. The sun is out.
Somebody told me one time that Pat has like a rich relative or some shit who like, I guess, furnishes Pat's ability to be out and... Because, dude, like, how much money could he possibly be making from those Nintendo books? Like, I bought the first edition, which is apparently worth a couple $100 now because of Brett Weiss's interviews or fucking reviews that he does. Matter of fact, now I think about that, I ought to sell that fucking thing because I don't give a fuck about that thing. And if I could get like triple my investment back, that would be pretty fine if I do say so myself. Yeah, there's no way he's making like bukus of bucks off of those NES and SNES books. He ain't making shit off of his, well, I don't know, let's check his Social Blade real quick. See what that looks like. Social Blade. Do they know it's Christmas time at all? Feed the world. Jeez, man, I use a bunch of copyright material in this fucking video. Powerhouse? Damn, alright. Erase song. Yeah. Okay, anyway. Back in it. Social Blade. Pat my balls. Pat the NES Punk. There he is. Alright, so according to Pat's Social Blade, he makes between $55 to $874 per month. Now, I found with Social Blade, if you go in the middle of that figure, it's usually about accurate. So he probably makes about $400 a month on YouTube. Wow, I make more than Pat does per month on YouTube. It's saying he earns between $655 all the way up to $10,000 yearly. So let's just say $5,000. So he's not making his fucking living off of YouTube ad revenue. That's for goddamn sure. Which is insane because even with the podcast, because the podcast was like the big moneymaker, but he also has his podcast on like Apple Podcasts and wherever so he's got his shit uploaded somewhere. So, and he's always doing brand deals on his podcast. So that's a separate hustle. But even then, like those brand deals, because I had a podcast and I had brand deals for a little while. And I think Ian slipped the other day and said something like, I think he mentioned like a ballpark of the views, something like 20,000 per episode views. And yes, that is enough to get like sponsors to take notice of you, but I mean, like back when we got our shit, it was like $80 per ad. Sometimes it was like $120 per ad placement. That's still not enough to live in San Diego, California. So if you factor those two things out, I mean, so let's just say with the podcast and the ad revenue from YouTube, he's making like, I don't know, man, I'll be overly generous. Let's say he's making $1,000 a month. That is nowhere. You can't even live in Jacksonville, Florida for $1,000 a month. There's no fucking way. Pat Grinder side hustle. So now I'm thinking those books, right? Because he put a lot of time into those. I think I bought mine for $60. I pre-ordered it before the first one even came out. I paid like $60, I think was about the price. I mean, like, and they're nice books, like hardcover, glossy, good quality paper stock. Like, I've purchased shitty, like, this fucking book from this book from Jeffrey Wittenhagen. It's okay, but like the pages are like, they're like computer paper. Like, you can tell by the lack of gloss here. This is computer paper. So this probably was way cheaper, but fucking Pat's book, which I have. Once I learned that it was worth a lot of money, I put it in my closet so the sun, you know, so it wouldn't get like direct light, you know, because I want to preserve it. If I can sell it for a lot of money. God, this thing weighs a fucking ton. Pat's book, as you can see, glossy, like really nice. The pages are really like high quality. A lot of words, a lot of fucking words, very few visuals. But yeah, this is the first edition. This is the one that's apparently worth a lot of money. But those can't be cheap to print. Like, those man, you'd have to commission like 1,000 or 2,000 or more to make any kind of profit on that. Because you have to, shit that's that like boutique, you have to buy in bulk to be able to mark it up high enough to make any kind of profit. Like, it would not surprise me if he only made $20 profit per book. So with all that in mind, I don't know how the fuck that motherfucker is living in San Diego. Like, he's got to have a sugar daddy or benefactor of some kind. He lives next to an airport for cheaper living, I think. Even then, though, dude, anywhere in fucking California, especially if it's like central California, because that's where everyone wants to fucking live. Like, everyone wants to live there. Well, not anymore, I don't think, with how crazy California's gotten, but the sun never enters my house. All right. That might be a little bit problematic, but you do you. Yeah, his book's way too rambly. Fuck it, let's watch my Pat the NES Punk video that I slaved in a hot kitchen. Yeah, all the while I'm trying to erase all the copyright sins of this one video I was trying to initially show you, but I wisened up to the shit that I can and cannot show. Ways to avoid my copyright struggles here. Where is it at? Where's it at? Watching my own videos, smelling my own farts. That's what I do. And you're all here to witness it. There's Pat. Oh, 52K views. Not bad for my channel. Do they know it's Christmas time at all? Feed the world. That song is stuck in my head for some reason. Hell yeah, Josh is streaming again. Shit got fucking complicated with my girlfriend, and now I don't know what the fuck is going on. Oh yeah, all that bit about Punk Rock MBA. That's at the beginning of this stream. Now we're in no man's land at this point. We're just doing miscellaneous shit at this point. And I've got a bee in my bonnet for Pat Contry currently. So I'm gonna play you the video I made on him. However, I think it was this year that I did that video, because I did a lot of research and I was rocking my cool Unsolved Mysteries long sleeve shirt. I don't think they can copyright strike me for wearing their fucking clothes, but those bastards are so litigious, it wouldn't surprise me if they sent me a cease and desist tomorrow. All right. Sure, this is a video I did a long time. Well, when did I put this fucking video out? A year ago. So I guess sometime around last year. And that's what we're watching. The NES Punk. He's been a YouTube and podcast staple for over a decade now. His flagship series, Pat the NES Punk. Oh yeah, I was sick in this video. That's why I sound like a fucking old pedophile. Was started all the way back in 2008. He also had other side videos he would make, such as Ask Frank, Flea Market Madness, and the video game years. Pat also created a mildly popular podcast called the CU Podcast. And as someone who has tried to consume all of this content in one way or another over the years, I gotta say, Pat Contri is mid as fuck. There is literally nothing about this guy that is at all compelling. Over the past 15 years that he's been on YouTube, he's done just okay. Definitely way more successful than me before the comments section gets all hot and bothered, but nowhere near as successful as any of his peers, such as Gerard the Completionist or Norm the Gaming Historian. It just seemed to me like all the people who were like, oh, you mentioned Gerard, L-Take, bro. And I'm like, yeah, that information hadn't come out when I published that video, bro. Pat was trying to emulate somebody else's formula for success, but was never comedically talented enough to achieve anything that was exceptionally different than any other mid-level video game YouTube channel. Yes, this is Joshception, and yes, you always do have to tame the comments. But then again, the guy does have over 250,000 subscribers. It's almost like early on in his career, he got a huge signal boost from an already very popular video game YouTuber. But who would put their neck out on the line for this guy?
Take a wild guess.
This is Dancing with Ghosts.
All right, I want to pick a baseball game.
Oh yeah, you like that little brown screen it just showed there? That's because Pixel Film Studios makes garbage plugins and they always fail and glitch out eventually. And by the time you render your fucking video, you don't catch it until you upload it to YouTube, and by then it's too late. And yeah, so anyway, it's a lot of yapping.
Yeah, I'll make sure I know how to actually take the picture right. Want to pick a baseball game, which one to go for?
Oh boy, no, that was not intentional. That was a transition effect that I had in Final Cut, and it glitched the fuck out, and I didn't catch it until it was already uploaded to YouTube, and I was just like, whatever, fuck it, man. Sure does bring back memories to see those shit quality videos from the golden age of YouTube after James Rolfe famously raised the bar with his angry video game nerd character. It's almost weird now talking about AVGN in a positive light, but you know, he was still new and fresh back then, and there was much more interesting ideas that had yet to be pursued. James Rolfe had beaten everyone to the punch when in 2006 he released his Castlevania 2 video game review. This video raised the bar in both production and writing. The video quality and editing were head and shoulders above what anyone else was doing at the time, and James was funny to boot. Just the concept of getting angry at ancient video games was so novel that James quickly grew a cult following. Pretty soon all the imitators were scrambling to upgrade their video capturing abilities, learning how to use the editing software, and actually trying to be funny. Which, as most people know, the harder you try to be funny, the less funny you become. So in 2008, when Pat the NES Punk made his debut, all the chips were in place for him to attempt his own flavor of AVGN-style videos. And that he did. But I never watched any of them, because I didn't know Pat the NES Punk existed. I only cared to watch the time-tested nerd videos. Yeah, he looked a lot more normal back when he was, like, younger and had short hair. Yeah. Now he just looks like gray helmet bird's nests going on. There were way too many videos on YouTube for me to even attempt to find anything that compared to an AVGN video. That was until episode number 104.
How are you?
How you doing?
Here in the basement. Well, You know why you asked me here. Yes.
Oh, of course.
Oh my God, Amiga in the box. Great computer system, but you know you shouldn't put it on top of the box Odyssey because it's going to damage the box. You'll get creases there and stuff.
In the Nintendo World Championships video, the nerd tries to acquire a rare NWC cart, but instead gets an inexpensive reproduction. It's at this point, I feel, the world gets introduced to Pat the NES Punk.
I'll never own a complete NES collection.
I refuse to age. Age has come knocking on my door many times, and I'm like, nay, nay. I don't want that to happen to me. And it's just like, all right. And it goes to the next door. So, I shan't.
Wait a minute. I know somebody who might own a real NWC. Yeah, somebody who's as obsessed with game collecting as I am.
Hello?
Hey, Pat, you NES punk. This is the Nerd.
Pat and the Nerd interact for over 10 minutes with some of the most stilted acting I've ever seen since James started having B-list celebrities in his show. This very public cosign that James bestowed upon Pat did wonders for his presence in people's minds. For all we knew, Pat the NES punk was just as good as the angry video game nerd. We just somehow missed out on watching his content. So then I looked up some of his videos on YouTube.
Jeez, out of all the stuff I could have lost, it had to be something that was almost irreplaceable. Rob, I know you're joking. You're glad you made it here. That's a terrible thing for you to say. You don't mean it.
Guys, I am not exaggerating when I say all of his videos are like that. The corny, try-hard attempts at jokes resonate throughout the entire series with segments of infotainment sprinkled in whenever actual video game footage is shown. Any kind of physical gags that are attempted don't come anywhere near even the earliest of AVGN physical comedy. And instead, I'm so glad I never had to do anything embarrassing. Yeah, I've made some cringy videos in the past, but I'm so glad I never had to do anything embarrassing like what he was just doing when he was like prancing like to and fro in that video. I'm just glad that I've never felt compelled to do that. So, cause that's just, oh man, that's so fucking lame. Instead of being angry at the old video games, Pat is just goofy and sarcastic, which has got to be some of the earliest dad humor on YouTube. So you might be asking yourself, how did Pat Contry even grace the hallowed man cave of the Nerd back when it was still a show that was well liked by the majority of its viewers? Well, apparently, he just sent James a DM, said he liked his work, and included one of his Pat the NES Punk videos. James actually responded, and soon they were discussing a collaboration.
I remember I sent him my Action 52 review, I think. I sent him maybe the Black Box game review. Definitely sent him Russian Attack since that had just come out, and that was my first sort of big video in terms of the huge Rob fight, which took 6 hours to shoot. And he probably got he probably literally gets 200 emails a day from strangers. He responded to me after a couple of weeks, and I was like, wow. And he said, hey, he basically said, I'm not giving away private information, but he said, hey, I enjoyed your videos. Maybe we could just say hi to each other and meet up at SGC. And I was like, wow, that's pretty cool.
Now, Pat's big claim to fame that everybody pretty much knows about him is that he owns every single North America original Nintendo. Bro, if that's not the weirdest picture of... Pat looks scary in that picture. He looks like some fucking... demonic, disciple of Satan's fucking coin purse. I don't know. He looks weird. That's a fucking weird looking picture of Pat, for sure. Nintendo game. If you're not a video game collector, this may not seem like a big deal, but it is on some level if you're really into the sport of collecting, I guess. Take, for instance, both of these things can coexist on this one channel, because I only live stream throwaway bullshit that I don't care about. If any of these live streams got deleted, would not care. The stuff that I care about, that I put my energy into, is the edited stuff. What I'm showing you right now, the stuff that's more evergreen. These streams are just fun and stupid, and a way for me to extend my grift. The game they were mentioning in the Nerd video, Nintendo World Championships. This game fetches six-figure amounts these days on websites like eBay. Now, before you start running to your grandma's closet, 99% of the Nintendo library doesn't come anywhere near that number, but there are some rare and expensive games in that collection. And if you think Pat doesn't wear this as a chip on his shoulder, you'd be gravely mistaken. Most of Pat's personality is wrapped up around the fact that he owns a lot of rare games and has for a long time. Just the fact that Pat had a Nintendo World Championship Edition cart and James didn't was probably reason enough to have Pat on the show. Much like James, Pat also did a series of side videos such as Ask Frank and Flea Market Madness. Now, Frank is an old dude who is apparently one of Pat's best and probably only true friends. Being that Frank is a boomer in every sense of the word, the Ask Frank series was a single camera shot where fans would ask questions of Frank and chortle at his perspectives.
How come you're so cool?
Wow, thank you. I don't know, I'm just be yourself.
I consider Frank a... Yeah, we were watching that new Flea Market Madness video, and it got boring as fuck, so I felt like displaying some more Pat lore, but I'm getting bored of watching my own video because I've already seen this video quite a few times, but I don't know, maybe you guys are enjoying it. Civilian in all of this, he's only ever tried to be a friend to Pat and could really care less about being on YouTube or garnering acclaim, unlike Pat, who is absolutely obsessed with both of those things. I won't be saying anything else about Frank because he seems like genuinely a good dude and someone that my dad would have been best friends with, probably. Flea Market Madness, especially the older episodes, is probably my favorite thing that Pat has ever done. Though it may not have been the first time somebody went searching for video games at a flea market POV style, I feel like Pat probably made video game deal hunting more popular with other people following suit after his series garnered some traction. Pat would wear his little spy glasses and straw hat as he bounced around from booth to booth buying mostly junk or crappy action figures that reminded him of his youth, but every now and then he'd find some killer deals on some rare retro video games. You can kind of... Oh, this is my perfunctory link to the Discord, to my Discord in the chat, if you want to join. Sue, you seem pretty sassy. Why don't you throw in your 2 cents in there? I don't know. It's there if you want to join. There's a lot of fun stuff going on in that Discord, I can tell you that. See how he built up his video game collection so quickly by doing this. The guy had dedication. I mean, I certainly wouldn't dream of waking up at 6 a.m. to be at a flea market by 8, but Pat did that for years. He would later say in his podcast he would leave his girlfriend half naked in bed while he went and bought video games at the flea market. Priorities, am I right? The sellers at these flea markets weren't immune to Pat's dad vibes, and that was one of the more... I think there's like 3 chicks in the Discord now, maybe. Painful parts about watching this series.
Rub and play Michael Jackson, all right. I don't want to rub and play with Michael Jackson, but that's a thing.
You could see the title shift as the years went on, however, as sellers realized what games they had and started pricing them accordingly. No more sweet deals to be had for Pat. Also, in the earlier episodes, it was common to see NES and Super Nintendo games for sale, but towards the end, it was all Xbox and PS2 games. And I don't know about you, but neither one of those gaming libraries does anything for me sexually. In 2013, Pat would launch what would go on to become his bread and butter, the CU Podcast, or more formally, the Completely Unnecessary Podcast. After spending numerous hours at a video game store called Luna Video Games, Pat struck up an acquaintanceship with one of the employees, Ian Ferguson. Their conversations were so long and robust that Pat saw yet another opportunity to throw some more spaghetti at the wall and create a podcast. The CU Podcast was born, and its style of taking controversial video game topics and chopping them up into digestible YouTube segments proved to be a hit for Pat's fledgling channel. I feel like most people stumbled upon this podcast via the YouTube algorithms. That's how I found it anyway. Podcasts were in their middle age at this point, and the market had yet to be flooded with millions of choices for whatever you might be into. There were only thousands of choices. The CU Podcast became a fairly popular video game podcast, and at first, I really enjoyed it. I would say around 4 or 5 years in, however, the podcast started getting stale. First, let's talk about this Ian Ferguson guy. On the surface, he's your average video game or record store employee. Perpetually stoned, condescending, definitely gives off some hipster elitist vibes at certain points. The guy doesn't seem to possess many social skills, but aside from that, I think after the first couple of years, Ian just lost all interest in doing the podcast. I don't even know like what kind of money Ian must get from showing up, because like the guy acts like he just does not want to fucking be there. Like he's like the least enthusiastic person to be on a podcast I've heard in some time, which I mean, you don't want someone that's too enthusiastic, because on Pat's Not So Common podcast, he's got this guy Alex on there now, and that guy is he's not it. He's not it. Like he's very annoying, and I refuse to He's coming in with this like, yeah, dude, I'm gonna be the entertaining, like I'm gonna be the opposite of Ian. I'm gonna be like enthusiastic and, you know, entertaining and happy-go-lucky, and he just gets on my fucking nerves. I'm not a fan of. So I don't know. Maybe it's better to have an unenthusiastic. I don't know. There's definitely a fine balance there. You can't just get. There's a reason why not everyone should do a podcast. A lot of people don't have it in them to do it. No, Ian was not replaced. Pat does a side podcast called the Not So Common Podcast, and he has this other co-host named Alex. He used to do the podcast by himself, which I greatly fucking preferred. And the Alex guy is he's annoying. Oh wait, wasn't there a fucking Rex Viper podcast? That might be worth looking up. But am I blowing my load right now by watching all this stuff? I guess I can have one more beer, and Rex Viper podcast. Yeah, I don't really want to watch my own video right now, to be honest. Favorite video game soundtracks, Cinemassacre podcast. Oh yeah, baby. Now we got it going on. Just gotta download this beast right quick. You guys are a couple of dicks. You have such healthy dicks. I want to play with your dicks. That is literally an inside joke that only my friend Trey would know, who lives in Jacksonville. Yeah. Break out the vodka. Maybe I should do a shot. I've never hit the hard stuff on the chat before. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah, Ian does kind of look like Brian Posehn, except he doesn't have the talent. He doesn't have the funny bone. Start the ruination. Josh gets drunk. Start saying slurs. Someone posts it to Reddit. Josh gets burned. Josh gets mad. Josh starts to kill. Sorry, that got a little out of hand. I don't believe that 100 people, over 100 people are still here. It seems like there's 10 people who are here who are actively watching, and I don't know what the fuck is going on with everybody else. God, this fucking volume is so loud. I feel like I'm talking like Lars Ulrich right now. Why is the volume so loud? It's hurting my ears. All right. Let me go get a shot of vodka. Which beer do I got left? Yeah. Go get a shot of vodka. And I'll be back. Give me money. I don't need a girlfriend. You're all my girlfriends. Pleasure me now. Give me what I want. All right. I'm back. Fuck off. Finding God takes time, okay? All right. Josh needs Jesus. Yeah, I gave him a try for a long time, and I just never really believed in that shit. Bullshit. All right, I got my Dr. Pepper Zero strawberry cream. I got my shot of vodka. Prost. Los geht's. Woo! All right. Let's go beat up some minorities. Just joking. Just kidding. Calm down, dude. I'm a minority. I can say that. I'm not. I think I'm pretty much white, I guess. Holy hell. What? That's bigger than a normal shot? Was 1.5 ounces. Maybe 2 ounces? Well, if that's... Josh locked in. If that's bigger than a normal shot, then this is the shot that I take that you just saw. So, what the fuck you want me to do? What the fuck you want me to fucking do? You want me to fucking strangle you? Stop fucking talking like that. You're alcohol shaming me right now. Salud! My kind of shot. Bro, you're making me feel bad. You guys been drinking pussy ass shots if that's not a normal shot. In before slurs happen. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let my dick just hang out. Let it hang open. Hang loose, Bubba. Come on. Hell yeah. What the hell? Oh, hell. Bullshit. I drank some Coors and Buffalo Trace. What the fuck is Buffalo Trace? I didn't raw dog the shot. I chased it before and I chased it after like a puss bitch. This is Smirnoff, actually. Why Smirnoff, you may ask? Well, no, nobody asked. But Smirnoff because it's one of the only fucking vodka brands that you can lay on its side in your freezer and it doesn't slowly leak from the fucking cap. Now, of course, I can't afford Grey Goose, and that has like a cork that you stick in it. No, I'm not. I ain't got that. I ain't got Grey Goose money yet. Super chats. Thanks for the lack of them tonight. So no, Smirnoff. The cap screws on and nothing leaks out. So much like my cock, gotta stick a cork in it or it will leak. Gotta get that. No, it's not fucking flavored. Fuck that shit. I'm not gay. No, I maybe a little bit.
It's time for the
the host who has way more energy than anybody else on the show,
Massacre Podcast.
Kettle One is cheaper than Grey Goose. It's not better, and the cap leaks. I used to fuck with Kettle One, but the cap leaks when it's on its side. All those liquors are supposed to be upright, and my freezer is not big enough for that because I'm poor.
But first, a message from today's sponsor.
Oh, great.
Are you ready for Ridge Wallets?
My friend Justin is here to... Oh, dude, Ridge Wallets look like such fucking garbage. Like, bro, that shit costs them like $5 to manufacture, and they probably charge like 30 or 40 bucks for one of them fucking things. It's literally a money clip. That's all it is. It's a glorified money clip. Anthony Fantano's been hawking them on his needle drop channel for years now, and they look like the shittiest. Like, I have so much crap in my wallet besides my money and my debit card and my ID. I've got like fucking birth certificate in there. I got social security card in there. I have mother's maiden name in there. I've got my address and my mom's address in there. I've got fucking the coordinates to where I hid my fortunes in my wallet. I can't put all that on a Ridge. So fuck all that.
Ridge Wallets.
Oh.
It's time to ditch
Ridge Wallets. Hey, fucking asshole.
your old, bulky, worn-out wallet and upgrade to metal with synthetic fibers. Pack up to 12 cards in a variety of 30 styles and colors, like the Forged Ash wallet, made of carbon fiber and solid resin. The camouflage look of this military chic wallet will have you saying whiskey, tango, foxtrot to your antiquated and obsolete old wallet. Is that enough military jargon? Oorah for good measure? We really love it.
Ugh, this is horrible. Hearing Justin Stinkerman say oorah.
But apparently so do 40,000 others. It even has a lifetime warranty and a 45-day test drive.
Why do wallets need to survive a fucking nuclear holocaust? Like, that thing had like 5 or 6 layers of like insulation. Like, is that one of those like movie scenarios where you get like shot and you fall down? They're like, oh no, he's dead. And you pull out your fucking Ridge wallet and the bullet's like stuck in there. Like, do we need that level of security? That level of reinforcement? I think a nice little faux leather cowhide works for me. My dad gave me an ostrich skin wallet when I was a teenager, and he's like, these wallets are high dollar wallets, so, you know, you should start using it. And I did use that high dollar ostrich skin. My dad had a very thick southern accent, so anytime I impersonate him, I always have to do that. But no, and everything, if something was expensive, that's a high dollar insert thing. Them's good people, even though he's only referring to one person. Them's good people. My dad, on the street that we lived on as a kid / teenager, my dad would wave to people, the neighbors, which is fine, but he got so whatever about. My dad would wave to people inside their houses. Like, if he saw them in the window, he'd wave to them. That's creepy. Why did he do it? Anyway, there's some Josh lore for you there.
They even have other products too, like the Summit knife.
I never got the accent growing up. I never got this. My brother did. We have videotapes of my older brother being like looking at me, just being this little bean, like sleeping. And my brother's like, "He sure is sleepy." And my brother grew out of the accent. I mean, I don't think I ever had it to begin with, but I mean, my mom's from up north. I don't know if the north and south canceled it out to where I just have this just miscellaneous American accent, but I'm not, I've always born and raised in Jacksonville, Florida. I'm not complaining, because, you see, I got a theory. I tend to think that people with southern accents, southern men specifically, come across as a little bit stupider than the average American accent. I don't know why it is, but maybe because I've been around, maybe because my family was kind of poor growing up. So, like, in my mind, I'm thinking, when I hear somebody talking the same way as my daddy and his friends, I'm thinking, like, you motherfuckers must be dumb as fuck. And I know that's kind of a stereotype of the South, but I don't know. That's just how I think. Whenever I hear a really like a thick Southern accent on a dude, I'm just like, I bet you're dumb as a motherfucker. You as dumb as a two-toed hair frog. I don't know. They always got them analogies there. Oh, we got the second super chat of the night. I've only been streaming for 8 hours. I'm grifting. Finn McKenty is my hero. I have a request for a video on Neo Soul. It's my favorite music ever. D'Angelo is my favorite. I first heard him on I don't know if you being ironic right now, but there's a lot of lore behind D'Angelo in this channel and my streaming. Like, when I was in my baby days of streaming, I did Rolling Stone top 500 albums of all time, and I lost my shit on how high they rated D'Angelo. Because in my mind, this guy's like fucking generic R&B bull butter. Bull butter. They had him higher than like Pink Floyd, Van Halen, Led Zeppelin. I'm just like, what? He was like number 17 on like the top 500 out. Like, it was the most woke ass list I've ever seen. It was like a DEI like wet dream of a list of inclusion on that Rolling Stone thing. And I had a I was mauling after reading that shit, and so that's funny. I don't know if that's ironic or not, and if it wasn't ironic, then I probably just pissed you off. But anyhow, sorry, I was in a fugue state just then.
That's not a knife. This is a knife. This is certainly a metal masterpiece of knife engineering. Knife-gineering. Yes. Head on over to ridge.com/cinema.
Hell yeah, more money. Best believe I'm going to stop the chat for that. Voodoo is the best album ever, though. Yeah, that one was the one that they ranked really high, I remember. Yeah, it's not better than Pink Floyd or Van Halen or Led Zeppelin. Sorry, it's just not. Was that the one with Untitled on it? How does it feel? Where he's like fucking naked in the music video with his toned ass, hot chocolate body.
Massacre and use code Cinemassacre for 10% off your order. Now that that's over, I'd like to do a little State of the Union address here on Cinemassacre.
Oh, is shit about to get real right now? Is Lusty, Crusty, Musty, Justy about to get real with us? All right.
October was certainly a hell of a month for all of us. James is currently knee-deep writing and getting episode 200 ready for the end of November. Episode 199, the second part of the Commodore video came out, the Halloween one. Hope you like that. Monster Madness, as you may know, was, a lot of fun to do. We got that completely out there. Just took a lot out of us, but I hope everyone really enjoyed it. It's great doing again after all these years.
Why is he acting so weird right now? Was this like right after the plagiarism fucking thing or something? Oh god, this silent acid reflux, bro. It's killing my throat.
Aside from that, me and Kieran are going to be at Retro World Expo this weekend in Hartford, Connecticut. So come and hang out with me and Kieran up there, and some of the guys from Hack the Movies and stuff like that. So yeah, just wanted to say hi because I'm not in this episode. James talked to all the other guys in Rex Viper during Too Many Games weekend when everyone else is busy. So we're kind of trading who's busy and who's not. Next week we should get completely back to schedule with me, James, and Kieran on the podcast talking about movies and games and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, good talking to you guys, and see you later.
He's making a cameo here like anyone would fucking notice if he wasn't in the podcast. Like anyone would give a flying... Hold on! Stop the presses. Where's Justin at? Where's my friend Justin Silverman at? I'm not watching this bullshit until I get an explanation. Bro, nobody... You could go away forever, like, online, and no one would care. No one would ever question your whereabouts again. Oh, that's not true. Everybody always questions, like, why Justin isn't on stage with Rex Viper anymore, so not completely true, I suppose.
Welcome to the Cinemassacre podcast. This is a Rex Viper special.
Oh, God, where's Justin Kieran? Exit out. I'm exiting out this right now. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Special edition. We got most of Rex Viper here right now. Let's tell you really quick the origin of the band, like how this all started. So we got together to practice one time, just to, figure out what our sound was going to be, what we were going to...
Why does the audio sound like such shit right now? Like, are they using, like, onboard audio on the camera? Like, that's what it sounds like. They literally have, like... Oh, my God, am I critiquing the Rex Viper podcast like I would critique a Rex Viper concert? They've literally got dynamic mics all on the table there that are close enough if the gain's turned up to where it should be picking up a clean signal. There shouldn't be all this like room noise. Anyway.
And we rented out this weird place that was converted from like a warehouse, and it was just like, to get to it you got to go through this alley, and there's all this like graffiti and like neon signs and broken glass everywhere. And so we show up, and then we're loading in all of our equipment and everything. And, we got all our gear and our amps and everything. And then all of a sudden, a bunch of guys show up, and they're wearing like sunglasses, like even though this is night. and they got like these colored mohawks.
What in the fuck is he going on about right now?
And they got like brass knuckles and shit. I'm like, brass knuckles? Like, is that even like a thing? And then they got like a club with spikes on it, and you know, like chains. And like, you know, fucking
autism.
Swords. I think there were swords there for sure. Yeah.
And like these guys are gonna kick our ass. They're gonna steal all our gear. If we're lucky, you know, we'll lose our gear. You know, best case scenario, worst case scenario, we're gonna lose our lives. So you know, we think we're doomed. Then all of a sudden, this ninja star comes and takes out the streetlight, and in a flash, I just saw this silhouette of like this guy just standing in the alley, and I heard one of the guys.
Whatever he's doing right now, it sucks. He rehearsed some bit, and it sucks because there's no teleprompter.
Just yell, "Oh shit! It's Rex Viper!" And they just ran, and we're like,
"Oh my god! Oh man! Why has Cinemassacre Truth not picked up on this? I come across so many things that Cinemassacre Truth should have picked up on, and they've not. Why has this not been made fun of? Oh shit, it's Rex Viper!
Who is Rex Viper? Like, we didn't have a name for the band yet, you know, and we heard that and we're like, boy, like those guys just took off. Like whoever this guy was the bane of their existence. This guy meant business, and we never got a good look at him or anything, but we kind of owe the band to him, so we named the band.
You know how little kids talk for some reason, like how they breathe through their mouth a lot when they talk, like, and I saw a dog and it was mean to me, and so I ran away from the dog. You know, like little kids talk like that. That's how James still talks. He still talks like that. He talks like an adult version of that. And there were people, and they said, "Oh, you're Rex Viper," and they weren't nice. Like, what the fuck? What are you going on about, Mike? Sorry, I said I wouldn't burp into the mic. I haven't burped directly into the mic. I'm not RGT85 after all, but I am burping. I'm gaseous tonight. Of course, as soon as I start talking about Rex Viper and all this, the live stream gains like a couple, you know, like a dozen people that are watching. $2 super chat from Black Metal Gamer. Have you watched Board James on stream yet? Not on stream, I haven't, but I made a whole video covering Board James. I watched every single episode. Walter, I watched every single episode. I made a whole video on it. I don't want to have to retread that again, but if I do, you're gonna pay. You're gonna pay the full amount this time, Walter. Yeah, Saturday stream. Welcome. Good morning, whatever other side of the continent you're from. World, globe. The sun's coming up where you're at. Is that what we're talking about here? Board James is banned on this channel. Oh shit, no one gave me that memo. Walter, put your dick away, Walter. I'm not having sex with you right now.
After Rex Viper.
And now if we see those guys, they run screaming. Like it's great. We've got a name that strikes.
I'm a little buzzed right now. Can I tell you that some gay guy sent me a picture of his asshole randomly on Facebook Messenger last night? It wasn't a dick pic. It was a spreading his asshole. He was shooting his shot. That was troubling to me. I don't know why it happened. And I just remembered that for some reason. Oh God, Goatsy. That brings back some memories. He didn't have a vice in his ass, spreading it open like a Goatsy or whatever the fuck. But no, it was just it was a butthole. And I'm like, I was like, yeah, nice butthole. And he's like, I want your dick. And I was like, despite your nice butthole, I have a girlfriend, and take it easy. I knew this guy, and he must have been drunk, but really going in with a male butthole, like, I don't know. There's some cognitive dissonance going on right now. I just feel like I know all you guys so very well, and this will never backfire on me whatsoever. So I figured I'd just tell you this.
Fear into the hearts of punks all around.
Yeah. This is for you, Rex Viper.
Yeah.
So
thanks, buddy.
maybe
Thanks, man. Please don't sue us.
So whoever this guy.
Yes, finally, you're drunk enough and you're starting to loosen them purse strings. Neon Knight Rider, $5 super chat. Sorry to detail you again, but have you ever sat down to listen to Voodoo? And yes, I have. Hard on for D'Angelo, LOL, but once you hear, you will too. Well, my friend, you are very much a disciple of D'Angelo. Bro, I'll if I remember, I'll listen to that album and see what all the fuss is about. I will say, I'm a karaoke DJ, have been for a long time. People black people specifically, sign up for the R&B songs of their youth. SWV, Keith Sweat, Guy, Boys to Men, Bone Thugs and Harmony. Never once got a D'Angelo. Gotta tell you. Never once got a D'Angelo. I even got a fucking Maxwell. This woman's world or this woman's work. I stand outside this woman's world. It's a beautiful song if you can sing it properly. I can't. Oh, another $5. The Bog King, your content is awesome. Here's money. Thank you, man. That's all I've wanted. In the spirit of Pat McKinley, Finn McCuntley, Kinnerly McFlannery. Yeah, we get Aaliyah. Never got a D'Angelo request. I'm just saying. So I don't know how much the blacks have embraced D'Angelo. I mean, probably, but I don't know. Like, usually karaoke's a pretty good bellwether of whatever community is embracing at any given time. If I'm at a gay bar, you best believe there's gonna be some chaperone because it's hot at this time, and it's interesting to notice. But you kind of see the artists that stand the test of time through karaoke. Like Biggie Smalls has no concern as to his place in people's memories. Like, both white and black people are signing up for Notorious B.I.G. songs. Not so much Tupac. Yeah, but Biggie, I don't know. His songs were more like laid back, party oriented, I guess. Tupac was like a bulldog. You know, he came in pretty aggressive. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Never got a D'Angelo request for karaoke.
Guy is maybe at one of the shows. He might show up, and hopefully he's...
Yes, This Woman's Work is a Kate Bush song originally, but the Maxwell one's a fascinating take on it. Unlike Urban Renewal, that CD I bought, it's 15 Phil Collins covers by hip-hop and R&B artists of 2001. I've gotten a preview of it. It's pretty... They butchered Philly C's songs pretty badly.
Got our back.
Yeah.
And he is not the trucker guy from the Big Rigs review.
Ooh, there you go.
Because I
Good to
called
point
him,
that out.
Yeah.
Common misconception.
Yeah.
Common misconception. You know, he's not really a tough guy. He's actually kind of insecure with himself, the Big Rigs guy, Mr. Riggs.
Mr. Riggs,
but
yeah.
His real name's Bartholomew Riggs, but he doesn't like people to know that. And
maybe overcompensating.
Yeah.
Who are all these dildos, and what's this stupid video that I'm watching? I'm having more fun reminiscing about karaoke and R&B and hip-hop songs. What else is popular and annoying, Josh, in karaoke, I meant? Well, everyone's doing Pink Pony Club now. So I have to hear a bunch of people poorly hit those high notes. Oh, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl in the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. Something, something, something. No one's really doing Sabrina Carpenter. Well, no. They'll do like Please, Please, Please or whatever. That Hosier song, Too Sweet. A lot of people are doing that one for a bit. That song does nothing for me whatsoever. Yeah, I heard about Jay-Z. he apparently is well, all I've heard about Jay-Z so far is that essentially he just started dating Beyonce when she was 17. Like, that's everyone's big, like, that's their big gotcha, it seems like. Is there any new developments? Because, I mean, honestly, like, like, they got married and had kids and shit. Like, I mean, like, yeah, in some states. You know what? Let me not go any further with that conversation. These are random amateur musicians who probably had profiles on. Hell yeah, more money. When I got to karaoke, I sing 007 songs all night. Like songs from like the James Bond movies? Is that what you're talking about? Like, are we talking like Duran Duran's Union of the Snake? I have a snake that would like to make a union with one of you. You know, here's the thing about, like, here's where Josh gets canceled. Here's the thing about, like, famous people, musicians in particular, them fucking chicks under 18 is a story, like, older than time. Like, Sting apparently did it. He's yet to be called out for it. The guys in Zeppelin did it. They've all fucking done it. Funnily enough, I've you know, obviously done a lot of research and digging on Phil Collins. I've not heard any stories whatsoever of any kind of sexual dalliances that Phil Collins has had. It seems to me that, like, the guy just is like a romantic, and he just, like, finds a chick and marries her and then divorces her. Like, he's not spreading his seed. But yeah, so I mean, it stands to reason that rappers are going to be doing the same shit. I had a friend who I've already told this story before. I had a friend who swore up and down that Tom DeLonge fucked her when Angels and Airwaves came to Jacksonville years ago, and she was only 15, and she wasn't saying it as in I've been sexually assaulted. She was like kind of trying to brag that, like, she, like, fucked Tom DeLonge. And she's like, I never tell anyone because I know no one's going to believe me. But, like, and then she gave me all these details, and she said he wore a condom and yada, yada, yada. And, I mean, oh, and the fucking emo scene, like, all those, like, fucking emo chicks with all their fucking makeup and shit, like, probably looked 5 years older than what they were. And all those emo dudes in those bands, you know, probably just, like, looking out in the crowd being like, that's fucking hot. Oh yeah, I'm gonna help a lot of girls. So that scene is rife with predators. I don't know, man. One person's opinion, one man's opinion. I've played shows out of town a lot. And there have been times that I've met girls I'm attracted to that are of legal age, but the whole mechanics of, like, even fucking when you're like when you don't have a tour bus, I guess, I don't know. Like, I just question sometimes, like, how could they have logistically had sex? Because I don't know. Again, tour bus, all bets are off. It's like a fucking mini apartment. But if you're in a band on a level like mine, I can tell you, like, when we're out of town, we're staying at a hotel if we're lucky. And if you meet someone at a venue, you're not bringing them back to your fucking hotel because you got, well, I have a female singer in my band, and I just know Ari would never stand for that. She'd be like, hell to the nah. You ain't fucking that bitch in here. So I don't know how people, like, do sexual shit in general, let alone, like, underage. But I know it does happen with the bigger bands, but, like, I don't know why these guys, like, maybe they've learned at this point, but it's like, bro, let me see some fucking ID. Let me take a picture of it to prove, that I saw your fucking ID. Like, I don't know why they wouldn't be asking, like, how old are you? Like, what? It's like, I don't know. I think a lot of lessons have been learned, and people are not going to make, hopefully, for the sake of the underage people out there, the artists won't make those same mistakes of following their lower urges to DBO pedophiliac, whatever. Sharing a room, I mean, yeah, it's happened before. We're not buying 2 separate fucking rooms with the singer who's 2 years older than me. So, not talking about it. I'm reading from the chat here. Got to cross my T's and dot my I's. And when you start talking about this, it gets a little tense. Cars and alleys work. Not getting caught is the fun part. I don't know, man. Not to me. I don't like those fucking, oh, let's do it in this weird area where someone could, like, walk in at any point. Like, I don't know. Anyway.
So he was kind of like the fictional roadie of the band, and he named himself after the band, which was named after the...
This is boring. I'm fast forwarding.
Yeah, and then I asked Harding to do vocals because he said it's like, get someone who's super good at singing, and I'm like,
We'd recently had some pretty like heavy karaoke nights as well.
Yeah.
I was like slamming out the Bon Jovi, and I could see the wheels turning in your head.
Yeah.
There's no way that British James can hit Bon Jovi notes. No fucking way. I've heard his range. There's no way that he's hitting Living on a Prayer in any lifetime.
Yeah, and I think originally, it was just supposed to be Mighty Wings for the Top Gun movie that was coming out, which at this point...
Holy shit, I did not expect that slightly effeminate voice to come out of that body. I gotta be honest, that's kind of surprising. I had never heard this man talk before, but was not expecting that.
Still hasn't came out because of quarantine.
Yeah. I forgot about that.
That was the original intent, because we're like, yes, Top Gun's coming out, let's do Mighty Wings.
I think I remember telling you, like, we gotta get this out in time for the Top Gun Maverick movie, and we're still waiting.
Yeah, that was going to be May 2020, wasn't it? Yes.
I think.
Yeah.
I think it was even delayed from, like, even before that, I think, like 2019 at some point. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's on Wikipedia. Look at all the release dates for the new Top Gun.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with that. Oh, yeah, and I also produce, like, most of the music, so if anyone has any problems with that, you can send them to me.
I do. I have problems with how you mix and produce the music. It all makes sense now. I wonder if they had seen any... I don't know when this video came out, but I wonder if they had seen any of my videos. Like, dude, my videos, like, literally, like... I think the first Rex Viper one I did is, like, over 100,000 views. Like, they had to have seen one of them at this point. Like, my video... If you search Rex Viper in YouTube, my videos come up before Rex Viper's videos come up. So... I'm sure they are very much aware that Josh exists.
Yes, please do.
Yeah, he puts together James here puts together like an arrangement, and then we all play to that. We record our tracks.
Well, there's feedback. Everyone sort of is like, maybe it should go like this,
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And then there's like, a final mix at the end, of course. So you do that as well.
Yeah.
It's great for, on my end as a singer, to be like, throw a bunch of feedback out. And we all sort of...
Thank God you guys are finally getting the fucking hang of how these chats are supposed to go. $9.99 from If We Shadows. No comment. Just have some money. Thank you. That's how this works. You're finally figuring it out. I might be gay. Waiting on the test results.
Do this and go around the table and go, it'd be great if you did this. And then you just run and we just cause that little bit of suffering for you.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's
and then I just get to sit back and enjoy myself and then listen to it when it comes in.
Yeah, it's my job to take the ideas that people get and just stick them in there somehow, right? Because like people have so many good ideas in this band, like it's crazy. Like
we have like this list of just all these songs we want to do. It goes on and on and on, and like we're randomly texting each other. Like Adam, a lot of times, like, he'll text me and be like, "Yo, we should mash this up with this song." Anyway, Dino, can we move the mic over to you?
Hi, I'm Dino, and I'm in a band called Cheap Dinosaurs, and I play keyboards. I also play for Rex Viper. Yeah.
My name's fucking Dino. I play a band called Cheap Dinosaurs, and I eat some gabagool every now and then, and I also play in a band called Dex Viper. Dick Swiper, whatever. I don't know. I'm illegitimate son to Slash, the fucking guitar player, and the Guns and the Roses. Yeah. All right.
And I know Adam, so he kind of asked me to do it. I was just like, yeah.
Yeah, Adam knew you for a long time, and he knew Brad
Slash Stern.
20 years.
20 years.
Yeah, Slash Stern, exactly. Howard Stern fucked Slash, and I don't know which one got pregnant, but or maybe it was a test tube baby, and that's what you get there.
And we were acquainted like 20 years
That's
ago, which
true.
is weird.
It's very strange.
Yeah.
Surreal.
Like, we didn't hang out like a lot, but we definitely did hang out before.
We did a lot in that time, though, I think. We probably just don't remember it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we were probably drinking a lot during that time. It was college, so...
Hey guys, I don't really believe there's 120 people still watching this. So if you're watching and listening, please just help me out. Show me that there's people out there like paying attention. Just type your favorite color in the chat. Just do that. I'll start. Teal. There you go. Just type your favorite color. You don't be nervous. I just want to know. Just want to see. Oh, Belladrox Ebony. Okay, I know what you're into. Poop. That's fine. I'm a sick fuck. Black. Pink and black. Yeah, pink and black solid. Green. Lilac. Oh, what are you, a fucking queer? Hot pink. Okay, John. That's cool. Burgundy. And her name's Brittany. Oh my god, there's another female on my... Holy shit! There's another woman? Bullshit. I don't believe it. Burnt umber. Rainbow. Yeah, that would be your favorite color. I know all about you, PJ De Jesus. Cerulean blue. Okay. That was only like 20 people, but I guess I believe there's 120 people here still. She's a lady. Whoa, 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 she's a lady. I guess. All right. Well, you did what I asked, I guess. No blues. No purple. If you're really a woman, prove it. What's your favorite Taylor Swift album? Ah, you fucked up. You spelled favorite with a U. You're stupid. You're invalidated. No, we don't spell favorite. There's no U in favorite, you British fuck. Why do you guys do that? There's no, well, I was going to say there's no U in color, but Pink Floyd has that song Any Color You Like, and that's got a U in it. And if Pink Floyd said it, then it's valid, but they never said favorite, so. Why the U? You know, it's not. It doesn't need to be in there. It's a little bit. What's up? What am I looking for right now? It's pedantic. It's superfluous, mate. It's superfluous having the U in there. It's no need. I don't know why British people do that shit. Just another thing to fucking alienate the Yankees from the Redcoats. Oh, I bastardized your fine language. Bastardize is with a Z, by the way, or a Z, as you fuck Canadians who have to further fuckulate the English language, which is a Germanic language, by the way. Also, du hast ungefähr... well, I'm not even going to try to do German right now. My head's spinning. It's too fucked. Too lost in the sauce to attempt German right now. We simplified it, exactly. Oh, the British say Z as well? Well, What do you think about the song "She's Got Legs" by the band ZZ Top? You sick fucks. Then again, Rush wrote the song YYZ, and that's how they pronounce it. So, again, I really like Rush. They're one of my favorite bands, so that validates Z, in the stead of Z. Basically, if any, famous person, preferably musician, says or spells something in a fucked up non-American way, and I like that artist, then it's okay because they did it. So Zed's now okay because I think about YYZ. Fair enough. Okay. Craig Horner is banned. All right, what are these bunch of fuckwits got to say?
Yeah, that was about 20 years ago or more. Maybe. I don't know.
Definitely more now.
Yeah. Huh. Well, anyway. So go on.
Go on.
If you have more, okay.
I don't have very much. I don't actually have a big web. Oh, I do write video game music too.
Yeah, you do have something pretty big.
Dude, that guy's got the most fucking crucial ass Adam's apple I've ever seen on a male. I thought that if he fucking turns around too quickly, that thing's gonna poke an eye out.
There's actually 2 people on here at least.
There you go. Yeah.
So the idea of the band is sort of like all the game tunes and training montages that you remember. It's like workout music for nerds.
Yeah.
And since we intend to play video game conventions a lot, we'll bring you some video game music. But
wait, who's drinking Natty Light? Is that fucking Slash fucking Wish.com wannabe drinking Natty Light? It sure looks like it. What a fucking fanook. Bro, your fucking late teens are over. Throw the Natty Light in the garbage can where it fucking belongs. What are you fucking playing beer pong after this? Sorry, I lost my composure there.
With movie nostalgia, all those motivational, uplifting songs to get you going. But there's a lot of video game tunes that we want to do because we all have our favorites and stuff, which just goes on and on. But have we talk about our favorite video game soundtracks?
No Natty, only Pabst. Jesus Christ, you sound like this guy in my Discord, Lord Taco. God bless him. He's a great guy and all, but he's constantly posting in the alcohol portion of my Discord. We have an alcohol channel, and he's always posting these ice cold PBRs, and he's so proud of them. And I'm like, bro, stop gassing up this shitty beer. And that's all he fucking drinks is PBR. And here's my Discord if you want to join and laugh and make fun of him. Post, you fuck. This whole system's breaking down. Anyway, it's stop bragging about the one of the most shit beers. He does it though, and it bothers me because it's you seem like such a decent fella, and yet you post shit like that. Stupid. Oh, he'll be in there under the alcohol channel, Lord Taco. We have a hotties channel where we post some pictures of some hot girls. I tend to post pictures of girls that I've previously been with or dated, but other people post celebrity girls that they think are hot. We've got a Bimmy Talk. We got Bimmy Cuckface channel, miscellaneous games, music, all anything that you would want to say. And I would say it's the least toxic Discord I've ever been in. I've only been in 2, the other one being Red Cow. And it wasn't really toxic either. So I guess I'm a man without a country here. Oh, I posted Lizzo? Yeah, no.
Or songs in
I'm not even going to dignify that with a response.
Particular. So yeah, I don't know. Whoever wants to start, just go for it.
All right, so probably my favorite soundtrack, and also it's one of the best games ever, just in my opinion. That's a huge claim, but Final Fantasy IV. Okay. You can't. Hey, look at this guy already. He's
it's a good one. It's okay.
But it's just so interesting because of course it has that sort of chip sound, that Super Nintendo, but it's kind of orchestral, but the rhythm of it is sort of...
Yeah, Lord Taco's doing his thing. He's obsessed with PBR. I don't understand it. I've ridiculed him, shamed him. However, whatever. He likes what he likes. What's my dream guitar? I would probably say like a PRS with like a floating bridge. That would be nice. Nice little whammy bar action going on. PRS, they have a great feel. They're light. They got some nice SG, or not SG, fucking with their the hot pickups where they're like kind of like, you know, plated onto the guitar. Not those wet pickups that kind of like you'd find on an SG. I don't know, some SGs have hot pickups. But yeah, a PRS with a floating bridge I think would be probably my dream guitar. With the extended fretboard that goof all the way up to the 24th fret. That's good stuff.
Like the drums and bass of like a rock thing going on. So this sort of has this driving, you know, low end and then like, you know, airy themes and stuff like that. It's just a very interesting, you know, thing. But like, you know, we're talking gay music, you know, you can't not say Mega Man about something.
Talking gay music? What? Not me.
Something, right? Like any Mega Man soundtrack is that.
No, I want a floating bridge sans Floyd Rose. I want like, they had a guitar out, they don't make it anymore. It's called a Fender Showmaster. I had one until my heroin addict bandmate stole it from me and sold it for drugs, and he's dead now, so karma, I guess. But it wasn't Floyd Rose, but it stayed in tune really good. It had the tuning pegs locked, but it wasn't like a lock where you have to like get a fucking Allen wrench like a Floyd Rose. It stayed in tune pretty good. I mean, anytime you're dealing with a whammy bar, you're dealing with like the risk of all your strings going out of tune when you go back up from your sick dive bomb, bro. But I don't know, man. I've lusted after a guitar with a floating bridge for so long, and I don't know why I just haven't fucking bought one. Like, I don't know. Alex Lifeson's guitar style in the 80s, like he just used that fucking whammy bar in so many cool, unique ways. He just did so many fucking killer dive bombs on those Rush records in the 80s, and it just like, I don't know. He, like, I think, like, out of everyone, I mean, Eddie Van Halen obviously was like the dive bomb daddy. He was the master of that whammy bar, but like Alex Lifeson to me used the whammy bar more tastefully and used it in more unique ways than Eddie Van Halen did. I know, it might be a hot take for the three of you who know what the fuck I'm even talking about, but that's what I feel. I mean, you really started hearing it, like, I would say like on Hold Your Fire. The Hold Your Fire record was a very whammy heavy record. Like, if you're a guitar player and you want to hear some interesting uses of whammy bars in 80s kind of guitar, Hold Your Fire, the 1988 album from Rush, there is a lot of whammy work on that, on the guitar end of that record, and that's kind of what inspired me to want a whammy bar so much. And then, of course, there's the classic Limelight by Rush, where at the very end of his solo, God, the fucking whammy was so tasteful in that solo. The way that he would dive bomb and rise with his pitches, and then at the very end, it's like it almost sounds like he hits like the 24th fret, and it sounds like he has some kind of like a sustainer pedal, and he like whammies the highest note on his guitar, and I swear to God, it sounds like that note is indefinitely played throughout the whole rest of the song in the background. Like, he finishes his guitar solo and he goes all the way up on the highest note and he hits it and he whammies it to give it that vibrato, and I feel like I'm hearing it throughout the rest of the song until the very end. And I was so fascinated by that as a teenager. Like, how did he sustain it that long? And then I realized they do make sustainer pedals. Boss had one specifically called a feedbacker pedal. It was a stomp box. I've got way too deep into talking shop right now with guitar. Sorry. I'm backing out of that force now because I realize nobody knows what the fuck I'm talking about except for like 2 people in here.
8 out of 10 at worst.
At worst.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
Like, like Mega Man 2, 3, 10 out of 10 almost. Like 9.9 8 or whatever.
There's
you
no
know?
doubt. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with Final Fantasy IV. I was all about.
The guitar solo in Working Man is it's a blues minor pentatonic wank. I know you're probably trying to get my goat right now, but it's the wankiest of the wank solos. The catchiest part about that solo is and then everything else is just minor pentatonic blues wankery that you've heard in every 70s guitar solo. I fucking hate the minor pentatonic scale, even though I've used it on some of my Dancing with Ghosts songs, not many. It's the scale that all classic rock guitar players used for that, that I don't know, when you think of a 70s guitar solo, they're using that scale. Every AC/DC guitar solo. Okay, there's a point of reference for you. That's what Alex Lifeson was using, and he went on to use. He broke out of that mold pretty fast. I mean, he got a lot more creative with his guitar solos. Did a lot of cool stuff, especially in the 80s. I mean, like he was trying to compete with synthesizers, so like he would use like harmonizer pedals to like make his guitar sound more synth-like. For instance, what comes to mind is the guitar solo from Big Money, off of Power Windows. No. Red Sector A. Sorry. Red Sector A off of Grace Under Pressure. That guitar solo, he's hitting harmonics on his guitar, but he has a harmonizer pedal going on. So it sounds kind of like a guitar, but I don't know. It's like it was a guitar solo, but he's not really doing a traditional solo there. Oh, now you got me on fucking the topic of Rush, which I can talk about forever. What's my favorite scale? I think the I don't know, like what's I like the harmonic minor scale, honestly. It's interesting. That's what most people refer to as the Arabic scale. An example of that would be the guitar solo that Alex did on YYZ. He's using a harmonic minor scale on that song. It's got a very Arabic feel to it. It's not my favorite scale, but it's an interesting scale, and it's not used in Western music as much as it could be. I don't think it's been as explored in Western music as it could. I'm repeating myself now. I'm a diminished mixolydian, whatever, declination of C sharp kind of guy. Yeah. Well, that's not a scale. That's a mode, my friend. You're talking about modes now, so you just fucked yourself, noob. Get on my level. He asked what my favorite scale was, not favorite mode. Sorry. Arabian scales are sick when used in melodic death. Yeah, in melodic death metal solos. Agreed, it breaks it up because death metal, it's just all fast wanking. I don't like wanking. I mean, I do like wanking, like myself, but like on an instrument, it's boring. You can't hear the notes. Give me a David Gilmour solo any fucking day of the week over any fucking Yngwie Malmsteen solo. Like, that shit's so boring. You're basically doing guitar scale practices whenever you're shredding like that, because you're just going up and down a scale. Like, I mean, even Kirk Hammett wrote way more interesting solos, and he was, the thrash and all that. The higher the tempo, the harder the solo is to write that's interesting, because, the tempo's fast. The slower the tempo, the more freedom you have to let the solo breathe and all that jazz. $1.99 from 8-Bit Keroro. Do you like Robert Johnson? Like, what, the guy who sold his soul to the devil to invent rock and roll? He wrote Crossroads, right? That's an okay song, I guess. I don't really like blues that much, honestly. Blues is a very boring music. I think the origin of blues is interesting, but like modern day blues or anything blues in the past 40 years, pretty boring. Pink Floyd is like space blues, so it's like blues to the next level. That's much more interesting to me. Josh's band is a Tegan and Sarah tribute band. Accurate. How did you know that? I don't know how. I didn't think you cared enough to take the time to look into that. But no, yeah, we are a Tegan and Sarah tribute band. All right.
6, like that's
6.
when I jumped on.
6 is,
yeah,
6
which was
good.
3 on Super Nintendo, but yeah, that's one of my favorites actually.
The fanfare in 3 is superb. Like like when you win that battle, like there's some funk in it.
It's got the hopping bass.
It's good, man.
Yeah,
for sure. It's very cinematic. Like it was one of the first games that I heard that sounded like this soundtrack could be a movie. You know.
Yeah, well, definitely that's the one where Final Fantasy got like its footing and voice and like knew what it was going to be from then on. Yeah.
Stevie Ray Vaughan is blues. He's very, very talented and sick-ass guitar player, but he's blues-based and does nothing for me whatsoever. Like, I'm sorry, there's like 1,000 guitar players who can play like that. There just are. I mean, and yes, I've seen videos of him where he's playing his solo and then he like drops the string down to drop D like right in the middle of his solo and it's like perfectly in tune. It's like, yes, that's impressive, but he's shredding blues shit. It's not there's nothing, it's not telling a story. It's just wanking to me. It's impressive wanking, but wanking nonetheless.
You know what I mean?
One of my favorites is the first level of Super Contra. It's like as soon as that starts up, it's just like gets you so pumped up.
Is that Jungle? Is that?
It's not the not the first Contra, but Super C.
Super C.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean that's good too, but Super C, just that first level, like right when you like drop into the level, and then like it just starts up. It's like get ready, It just has that tense feeling to it.
Yeah, for sure.
Like sort of speaking about things that get you pumped up, like. I'm a huge sucker for orchestral hits, and you can't get any better than any Ninja Turtles soundtrack.
Oh God! Yeah.
Konami's
like, your Turtles in Time soundtracks and everything. Like just
Black Metal Gamer. I find it ironic that you say blues is very samey, in my opinion, true. When your screen name is Black Metal Gamer. You want to talk about a genre that's fucking samey? Black metal. It's like one of the samiest genres ever. Metal in general? No, not metal in general. Black metal. Death metal. Grindcore. Whatever. So very samey to me. Again, you're working with higher tempos, I believe, for the most part. You're not in a pentatonic minor scale per se, but you're in some kind of mode where it's just like it sounds like the putties and Power Rangers, like it's just cool, bro. You can rake, you can rake across the neck, you can sweep, you can do your sweeps and your rakes. I like. Shit's boring, and it might not be as boring if it was like slowed down 20 or 30 BPMs, and the screamer wasn't screaming the entire time. Cookie Monster vocals. I know I sound like a boomer when I say that, but that's just my opinion of black metal.
Like I'm just such a fan of anything that's got loud orchestral hits in it. We've got some jams going on in the live set coming up where Dino's got some orchestral hits coming up, and I'm just like, turn those up, please. Because I just like that Janet Jackson kind of Jimmy Jam, Terry Lewis style of production, and like if you ramp that up like they do in the Ninja Turtles soundtracks, it's just amazing. Yeah. Most of the time for video game music though, like I think out of everybody, I'm probably the most sort of Sega-based guy. I never really had a Nintendo growing up. God, it feels awful to admit that on this podcast. But like I came into Nintendo games and music and stuff super late because growing up I had a Sega Genesis and that was my world. I'd be reading the manuals and everything and getting that was my identity for a good few years.
I totally get it. I mean, me too. I grew up on Sega Master System.
Yeah,
so
absolutely, and that's got such a distinct sound, like next to
little chirps.
Yeah,
that's the distinct sound of it.
So like For me, video game music and like the stuff that I really love is the stuff that can really get the best out of the Sega Genesis chip. So I'm talking like,
you like that.
Streets of Rage 1 and 2, the soundtracks by Yuzo Koshiro, because he's bleeding
And that's for free. You don't even have to pay for that.
that chip drive at everything that it's worth. And he's taken all of his knowledge of house music and just making the ultimate kind of super cool kind of cyberpunky like brawler theme. It's just like it gets you pumped up, but it's also got that like laid back cool to it. And I'm just amazed at how he managed to get the sound.
Just a quick thing, like I'm actually on the same soundtrack as that guy. Like that was like a mind.
Yeah, I'm low key ignoring everything they're saying right now and just paying attention to the chat. Quite frankly.
Glowing moment. Yeah. I'm like, okay, like ActRaiser, Streets of Rage, you know, just like
incredible.
We talked about it the other night. I mean, it's funny. You get us all together for the show, and we spent we were up till 4 a.m. talking video games. So this is perfect.
You guys were.
Yeah. So like,
we've been sleeping on floors for a couple.
Thanks to each other, and it's.
Well, it's fucking 2:26. How long am I gonna stay on this chat? You know, it's like another fucking 4-hour live stream. I think I'm just putting off like doing more productive shit. I'm all out of beer. Should I take another shot? Yeah, I'll take another shot. Stay on the chat for a little bit longer. You fuckers are keeping me entertained, but best believe I'm a piss. La pissed on my wrist, and now I'm pissed. Well, I'm gay in a brand new way. God says it's okay. Oh, Mr. Taliban, turn over Bin Laden. Daylight come and me drop the bomb. 1 but 2 but 3 but go. Oh God. Oh my God. Oh my God, I might be gay. Holy shit, holy hell, I might be gay. News just in, I might be gay. Holy hell, comma, ... might be gay. Confirmed gay. I got my guitar here. Let me just big screen this shit for a second. All right. Hi, hello. Oh, I don't gotta wear the headphones. Cool. Putting that back on. All right. Got some stuff going on here. First of all, I know this is not a normal shot. That's a fat shot. That's what we call a fat ass shot right there. Damn it. I was going to take my blood alcohol level before I did that shot. No matter. Is anything of worth note here as I'm reading black metal this, black metal that? Don't pull a cobra. Yeah. Well, that guy doesn't have talent though, so you know. I mean, maybe I don't either. I don't fucking know. $1.99. Cheers, Josh. NP. What's NP stand for? Nipple play? Are you into that? You into some nipple play, bro? You want me to rub your nips? Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Normally, my pitch that I talk in is A. Gay, gay, gay. Oh, it does stand for nipple play. I fucking knew it. I don't know why I brought this thing out here right now, a guitar. I think this will probably dry the chat up pretty quick. Like the blokes across the pond, see? What's up with British people, dude? Like, seriously. Like, what the fuck is up with you guys? Why are you guys so fucking weird? Why you gotta be so weird? Yeah, I wish I fucking knew ripples off the top of my head. I never learned any Genesis songs on guitar because, like, the keyboard is, like, so integral to, like, most Genesis songs that, like, I never, oh, fuck, Eyes Wide Open. Jesus Christ. I've not warmed my voice up and I'm not sang the song in a long time, so fuck you. I hit my... Oh, brother. Yeah, I'm not... my voice is not warmed up. I hit my... Yeah, no. Not happening. Not happening vocally, anyway. Well, that was the intro, at least, so, I attempted my escape when I thought that it was safe to leave unknown. On the stairs. Notes are too high for me to attempt to hit right now. Anyway. Yeah, so like the minor pentatonic that I was talking about, like that scale, it's like the... boring scale. It's a boring ass scale. But then you got the harmonic minor, which is like doesn't that sound more interesting? I was like Alex Lifeson during YYZ where he's like, was it? That's easier to play on electric guitar where you actually have some, yeah, I believe Comfortably Numb is B minor pentatonic. Hello, is there anybody in there? Just not if you can hear me. Is there anybody home? Know any jazz chords? Not really. There's this little weird... Oh, dude, fucking Dogs by Pink Floyd. There were some jazz chords in that one at the beginning. I used to know. No. I don't remember how that one went. I don't know. Is it? This is what you get. Yeah, okay, I got it now. This is what you get. This is what you get when you mess with us. Come on, police. I've given all I can, it's not enough. I've given all I can. Whatever, man. I'm so bad with fucking lyrics. You got a little fucking taste of that shit. I don't know what I'm doing right now. I do know that people are leaving the chat, so that's cool. Kill it off. Kill it off! Oh, you hear what I'm doing right now? That's called dropping it to drop D, bitch. Oh, surf rock? Like, what's it called? Misery. Shit, sorry. I'm trying to get the notes right. Let me try it again. Take 2. Something. Something like that. I don't know. Fake news. What's the first line of that? Shit, I'm trying to play Stick It Out. What? Which would sound really cool with like some feedback and some like distorted shit going on right there. Yeah. Fuck, I was. All right, yeah, I'm gonna take my blood alcohol level now. See how drunk I am. Let's do it. Stick it out, don't swallow the poison. Spit it out, don't swallow your pride. Gay. I think that's a tick now that I can't control, me just saying gay randomly. Oh, bro, I'm only at 0.08, dude. Only at fucking 0.08. I haven't even begun to drink. I get all pee shy like when I'm playing guitar like on live stream, like because I know this is gonna be like documented, like my sloppiness, not warmed up. It's like yeah, I know those are fucking rookie numbers. I'm happy to have them at this point because it would disturb me if it was like 0.19. It'd be like, oh shit, I need to go to bed. Like holy hell, I don't know why I tuned it to drop D. I wanted to be back in E again. look up the fucking lyrics to that song, because I gotta actually sing that one. I don't have the nasally Billy Corgan thing going on, but hold on, let me look up the fucking lyrics to Cherub Cock. I don't sound Billy Corgan, like, you kind of need to sound like him if you're gonna cover his song, because it doesn't sound right if you don't. But do my shitty version. Smashing Pumpkins Cherub Rock lyrics. All right, here we go. Freak out, give in. Doesn't matter what you believe in. Stay cool and be somebody's fool this year. 'Cause they know who is righteous on this bullshit. So I'm told, who wants honey as long as there's some money? Who wants that honey? Hipsters unite, come in line for the big fight. I'm too wrong. I have not practiced that song, so you're shooting straight from the hip right now, mate. They are frightened and they're scared if you don't stare. Who wants honey as long as there's some money? Who wants that honey? Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Yeah, so the mouth solo is great. Did it just say ASL, age, sex, location? 36, male, Florida. Yeah, the new Smashing Schmumpkins. Yeah, new Darcy was hot. Would have smashed totally. I don't know how she looks now. I'm assuming she looks like microwave dog shit, because apparently she was on the Droogs. Yeah, no, all this is going to be garbage that I'm playing right now. It's going to be flat, it's going to be pitchy, it's going to be whatever. Don't say 14 female California. Don't suggest that you're a 14-year-old female on my stream at 2:45 in the morning on the East Coast. You like how I'm slowly killing off the chat with my singing and playing? What is it? Oh, this used to be like something like that. Big wheel, keep on turning. Carry me home to my kin. Something about the Southland. I miss old Batman once again. Now it's a sin. I don't know. Oh, Buddy Holly? Is that What's with these homies dissing my girl? What have they got to front? What did we ever Wait. I don't know. I used to know that song. Actually, we used to play that in my fucking cover band I used to be in. What is it? Jasper's printed lines. And then I find this battle all alone. And I said, I don't know. I don't know. That is me not remembering lyrics. Great. Yeah, this is Capo, which is also the name of, if you're like a captain in the mafia, you're a capo. This is also a capo. Don't know why they're the same things. I have a song I wrote, sticking it all the way up here on the 7th fret. You know, I don't feel right about that alcohol reading of 0.08. I need another shot. And then I will dance for you longer. Give me money. Oh, God, I'm dripping precious drips of alcohol. Cheers to anyone drinking. Delicious and nutritious. It's got grain in it. Ugh. What gauge strings you equip? I think most guitar players are like they use like the highest string. I think I'm like 11 gauge, like the highest one's 11. Play Dance Monkey Mofo. What, that Tones and I song? I can look up tabs for it and see if I can I'm sure it's not difficult. God, that bitch has one of the most obnoxious fucking vocals. This is the capos on the fucking microphone's kind of in the way. So this was I have lyrics for it and a melody, but I'm not gonna sing that now. I'll just play the instrumental here, and it's something that I will turn to a song at some point. So this would be the verse. Shit. Yeah, that's it. Shit, dude, I'm fucking drunk and I'm not even drunk, but I'm just like, whoever said it sounds just like Hotel California, get fucked. It sounds nothing like fucking Hotel California. Hotel California is like right, or what is it? Anyway, you get the picture. First of all, I need a 12-string guitar for that song. I don't know, whatever. I used to know that song too. There's a lot of songs I used to know, but anyway. I'm just a tease with these songs that I kind of know intros to or whatever. I never actually attempted that song. Doctor, imprisoning me, all that I see, absolute horror, I cannot live, I cannot die, girl. Wish I knew fucking Master of Puppets, because I know the vocals on that one. Controlling faster, obey your master. Your life burns faster! Obey your master! Master of puppets, I'm pulling the strings! I don't know, I feel like I can do a halfway decent early James Hetfield maybe. I don't know. Begin the day with empty voice, companion non-obtrusive. plays that song that's so elusive, and the magic music makes your morning move. Sounds a lot cooler on an electric guitar with some distortion, but not so much here. Although on my Discord I did play like a B cut, or not B cut, a fucking B side to All the World's a Stage, the Rush live album. They had a song called Bruin's Bane. It's an Alex Lifeson kind of like classic guitar moment. Learned that bitch a long time ago, and I do a poor man's version of it. It's hard, especially when you've been drinking. But I feel like we have a pretty boutique audience in the house tonight, and by boutique I mean fucking psychopaths who want to be here for some reason, so I'm gonna attempt it. Again, this Rush song could only be heard on the live album, and it's just like a guitar concerto. Let's just do this number here. Sloppy. Out of practice. And then they would segue into the trees. Wait. There is unrest in the forest, trouble with the trees, for the maples want more sunlight and the oaks ignore their pleas. Yeah, I'm not playing The Trees by Rush on guitar right now. No, that was sloppy as fuck. Input username now, £2. Now play classical gas. Yeah, right. That's it's above my pay grade. Weird Al actually did this really interesting thing where he did a tour and he did a cover song, a unique cover song for every city that he played, and he played classical gas on accordion. It was actually a sight to behold. Why does it say my guitar is in tune, but it felt like that whole time the guitar was like out of tune as fuck? Like, I remember watching I was like Steve Hackett was playing Carpet Crawlers, and I don't know the chords for that, but he was doing, so like these three fingers, I can do the whole like, But he was doing 4 fingers. He was doing like for carpet crawlers, because that's like a 4-note thing. I don't even know the chord, but he was just like. But his fingers were going so smooth. I was just like, how do you fucking arpeggiate like that? That's fucking crazy, dude. I'm too drunk to try to do that part. Yeah, too drunk. So the bass line for that song is just. I'll be the roundabout, the voice that makes you down and out. I'll spend the day away. Call me the guitar, actually, in that song, the guitar is just hitting harmonics. The guitar is like. It does the most exciting shit during the intro, honestly. And then the little in and around the lake, it's like. What is it? Oh, that's a weird little song, but it's cool. The intro is fucking bad as fuck. Like, epic fucking intro. Play Surfing with the Alien. Yeah, some Joe Satriani. Sure. Yeah, the chat's slowly dying off. Yeah. Speaking for Mox, can you do any edge riffs? No, I don't know any U2 shit. Although I do have a, what do you call it? An EBO. I do have an EBO, and I have used it, but, for a lot of the cool shit that I can do on guitar, like, it really needs to be electric. Acoustic, I'm not so. The Bog King, $5. Drunk Entertainment is good. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yo, bro, let's go heavy. Is this genty enough for you? Maybe do a little bit of a. What is it? Hold on. It's fucked up right now. What is it? There it is. Whatever. But his mind's not for rent. Don't call him arrogant. His reserve are quite content, calling out the day's events. the river. The world is loving. Exit the warrior, today's time, so you can sign you and the sun you thing and go you to the freak. I don't remember the guitar solo for that song. Oh, fucks. For some reason I want to play like the intro to that's got to be easy to play. Hold on. Pink Floyd, Pigs on the Wing, guitar chords. It's got to be easy. There's no way that. The silence, shit. I think I can do that one. I think I capo it up a fret. Or, yeah, I think I capo it up because it's, I can... Words like... Let's try it in the original key, fuck it. See what happens. Words like violence. Words like violence. Words like violence. Sing to some. Come crashing in. Painful. Man, I'm not getting the tune. I'm not getting the tune, bro. Not getting the tune. Words like that. Like, okay, so I'm thinking too high right now. Words. I need to hear the fucking song to get a reference point for where his vocals are at right quick. Sorry. I'm killing off the chat in rapid succession right now. That's fine. Yeah, Peshman, yeah. Violence, break the silence. Words like violence. Words like violence. Wait, no. Is that how he starts out? The fucking... Am I fucking stupid right now? I mean, yeah, I know the answer is yes. Yeah. Words like violence. Break the... Why am I so fucking dumb right now? Into my little world, painful to words like violence. Break this. Come crashing in into my little world, painful to me. That sounds like shit. I'm just not attempting that right now. I'm not in my right. My music mind when I'm like you know, in gear trying to do music is like totally different than like my live stream fucking around thing. They're not the same, and for some reason I'm not busting it out right now. The alcohol probably has something to do with it. AVGN theme, I'd have to look that up too, because I did not memorize that, but that's another easy one. Angry video game nerd theme song, guitar chords. This one I'll play flawlessly. Probably. Because the spirit of Bimmy is with me. Bro, what the fuck? Angry video game nerd theme song, guitar chords. There we go. A flat. Oh, A flat. Dumbass. Hey, that's some weird chords for this song. That doesn't sound right. That does not sound right to me. Yeah, it has power chords. You're right. It's all fifth power chords. Yeah, okay. He's gonna take you back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have Buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his seat. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and down it with beer. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd. What was mine? Was like I'm gonna sing a song about something you send some cloud. Yeah, I already forgot lyrics to the fucking thing that I even came up with on that one. Who's your favorite author, N-word? I'm white. Favorite author? I don't know, man. I really enjoy Moby's autobiographies. Both shallow and pedantic. Oh, Apples and Oranges by Smashing Pumpkins? Yeah, let me play that one. Anyway, I think I've fucked up enough here. And I'm ready to do other things now. So this is like probably a 6-hour live stream that was not meant to go this long. So when I busted out the guitar and I busted out the blood alcohol, the thing, that's how you know that Uncle Josh is drunk and needs to go home. So I'm gonna end the stream now. But thank you for everybody for watching, and